Everyone, start your engines! How are we feeling, everybody? Everyone, start your engines! Oh god. How did that happen? I swear to god I muted it. Sorry about that. There always has to be something wrong. Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody's having a great one. Welcome. Cursed Calendar, Please More Cats, Celine, Desi, Book Nerd, Cecilia Aragorn. I know that Celine's gonna be in and out, that's totally fine, good luck with that. BMB, welcome. Today I drew a pig, welcome, vroom vroom. Hold! Hold, please. So yeah, hello. To start off, I'm going to try and get another sequence done for this other job, and then transition into some requests. That sounds alright to everybody. Sonic is hold! I am the bed! Almost 200 subscribers indeed, yeah. That's kind of a sudden thing that has occurred. I haven't checked things in a while. Let me check some things before I get going here. Sonic the Hoghedge. Sonic the Tonic! Sonic the Bubonic Tonic! I saw that somebody gave me some Bandcamp money, which is incredibly nice. They sent me a special message. Let me see if I can go to that really quick. It's always good to check my work email. I need to do that way more often. Oh yeah, that's right. I knew about that. I knew about that. Never mind. What the heck? Sorry, one moment. There we go. Oh, that's nice. Cecilia says, Sayray, did you see that movie reveal on Twitter? The Conic movie. No. No, I did not see that. I saw the second Sonic the Hedgehog movie reveal thing. And it just awakened all of my like, invasive, numbing Sonic fanism, knowing that Tails is coming into the next big blockbuster movie, and God, I hope it's good. Hello, King Lazo. Sonic 2, Hell on Earth. Seems legit. Alright, yeah. Sonic the Chronic Bubonic Tonic Comic Hedgehog. Mnemonic. Tectonic. Sorry, watching a tennis point. Let's go, Cecilia. I hope it goes well, or I hope you enjoy it. That's all that counts. Yeah, the flossing in the Sonic movie was interesting to me because, of course, with that sort of thing in modern culture, like the most modern culture that there is, those sorts of things are not seen as cool. But like in the 2000s, the stuff that Sonic would do was seen as super cool, like when all the peace signs and all of its other little things that he would do. All the stuff that the kids were doing in those days. And I think that pulp culture was by the fact that it was put on less of a pedestal that is constantly broadcast everywhere and you can't look away. I think that when you see Sonic flossing, it's the exact same thing in a different time, but because something like flossing is just projected constantly into people's eyes when whether they want to or not, I think that it was received more negatively. Even though that's exactly the sort of thing that Sonic would do. He does what the kids do, like what the cool kids do. But anyway. Sonic Lost Coast. Sonic Lost. Desi says, how many points in a point? 1. Oh, but just the effort is appreciated, Desi. That's a nice thing to do. Hello, fellow kids! Alright. Let's see what I shall be doing here. Why? Okay, I know why. I didn't even give myself a chance to ask the question. Because I know. I have to go in here. So I'm definitely going to need to expand the canvas here. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to do was check to see if I got any more requests. So I guess I'll do that first, maybe. I don't know. Expand this! Sonic Cost. Sonic Costco! So Okay, I see. Fine, I'll just do it this way. Why not? Raise the roof! This young man always wears such... I talked about this last time. He always wears such loose tops. And it makes it interesting when I have to translate it into the clothing of these characters. I think that's too much. Also, you're gonna be over here. Hello? Can I not move you? Jeez. I only got to play Sonic Forces once, but it was interesting. What is she talking about? Oh. Oh, God. I'm getting behind again. We've reached that point in the stream, which is most points of my stream. Which is awesome. Hi, Kingslayer. Welcome. Yes, you've made it very early. This is basically the very beginning. King also says, I grew up at a weird time with Sonic games. I got into Sonic around the Wii era. Some pretty good games in that era. Like, I mean, once you get to... I mean, yeah, they had the experimental ones. And then, I guess the late Wii era is what I'm talking about with Sonic Colors, which sort of started that mini renaissance there. Yeah, you're talking about the early Wii era, yeah. Luckily, I didn't get a chance to play much of those ones. Kingslayer says, funnily enough, the only Sonic game I ever played through entirely was Sonic and the Black Knight. Well, I hope it was enjoyable for you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with Sonic Colors. I played through that one in 2013. Caused a lot of division between fans about the direction of the tone and the storytelling. I adored all of those choices that they made. I thought that it was really nice. I liked it. It doesn't mean that Sonic can't be done in a darker way. But I thought that I had fun with the lighter takes, those lighter games. I mean, I didn't play Generations, but I enjoyed Colors. And I watched the story. I watched the story cutscenes for Lost World, and I enjoyed that too. Hi, Bisuki. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm gonna check Ko-Fi really quick. Okay, yeah, we're still where we were before. That's totally fine. Mephiles, yeah. Memphis, Tennessee? Never played 06 either. Never had a console that it was released for. Until more recently. I have a PS3 now. No. Just switch back, please. I did not press that button. You're lying to me. I actually like the first way that I did it better. Yeah. It's a bit more simple, actually. I think I'm gonna leave the fingers super simple on this hand. Why not? That was super awful.
That was totally wrong. I can't tell what's really going on with this hand, actually. That's frustrating.
King Ozzo says, when I was young, I would just boot up my Wii, go to the sound select screen, and play songs from Sonic Unleashed. Not a bad idea. Kingslayer says, the only real thing I know about 06 is there's a challenge run where somebody tries to beat 06 without glitches happening. Don't remember how it went. Did you block it out of your mind? Just for survival purposes? Yeah, most Sonic games have a legendary soundtrack for good reason. Desi says I never played a Sonic game, except whenever unofficial Flash games there were. I played a fair share of those in my time as well. Bisuki says, haha, when I was little and my parents would tell me no more video games, I would beg them to let me listen to Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Sound Test, and they'd usually comply. Wow. I never thought to do things like that. What is happening here? Like, why can't you have a better hand, sir? Why can't your hand be easy to see what's happening? Yeah, like, shouldn't the thumb... I guess the thumb is down? Why is your thumb so awful? Okay, I think I'm starting to figure this out. Frickin' work on your thumb, dude. Jeez. this is weird. Ah. I don't need to do that. The spray paints in Kirby. Oh, yes. I was obsessed about that. Any sort of customization in a video game, I would get fixated on, for sure. Something like this. Something a bit like that. Okay. Take our 1-inch brush. Mix into some paint. Get it all up in the bristles. Let's go up here. You gotta decide what you're gonna do in your world. All kinds of little things can be happening here. It's all up to you. That's what makes you special. That's what's gonna make your painting special. You just let it happen. This is your world. What sort of things are gonna be happening in your world? All kinds of little things are just waiting to come off your brush into the canvas. Just let it play. There we go. There. Isn't that nice? Phew. You gotta make those little noises. Bisaki says it kind of sounds like Sonic copied Apollo with the whole werewolf thing. Apollo is just kind of straight up a wolf, I guess. King Hazel, you're fine. I've stayed caught up, except I missed Chris staying up here. Chris coming in. Sorry. Hi, Chris. I hope you're well today. Sorry, everybody. I guess Apollo doesn't really have a human form. Apollo is just a wolf thing. Apollo's a god. That's what Apollo is. So I guess technically Apollo could transform if they wanted to. But why would they? They clearly are way too involved with their current form. I guess if Apollo wanted to look more muscular, they would just transform into a more muscular were-being, so maybe they can't transform. Chris says, doing so-so, health kinda funky. Well, sorry to hear that, I hope you feel better. I hope I can help. Bisaki, that was not me, that was Will, alright? It was for effect. Hi, Avi. Welcome back. It's great to have you here. Yeah, the Sonic Boom games are definitely nothing to get too majorly excited about. I really need to watch the show. But again, official Sonic content tends to put me in an absolute feverish, numb haze whenever I think about it, and so it takes me a lot of energy for me to even get involved with it, usually. But God, Sonic Boom looks just perfect for my sensibilities. Hey, Thenwoff, I hope you're well tonight. It's good to see you. Just playing some MC with the boys. Masterclass? Mario Kart? Massive okay, I won't go there. King Azo, a numb haze in a obsessive way that I don't know about way. Sounds good, Celine. Massive crumb. That's what they called me in high school. Ah, then Wolf, got you. Most cooks or moist cooks? Oh, MC, moist critical. There we go. That's what you meant, right? Obviously. Oh, silly me. I'm not sure what I'm doing here with my hair. I'm just gonna see how it looks. Moin crap. Phantom am arrive. Welcome, Tum. Hope you are well doing. No, not vertical. Stop it. Stop it. Why are you doing this? No. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. That's better.
What are you doing?
I'm just looking at the
Was that not-
world.
Why all of a sudden did it stop? It was making them super wide. Stone soup. I am tired right now. Nope. Alright, gotta catch up. Soup of the day, hedgehog stew. Interesting. I don't know if I want to. If I wake up in the morning and think, gee, I sure want to drink a hedgehog. Venwolf says, I miss baking so much. I don't have a kitchen in my room, and the only kitchen nearby is closed due to COVID. Darn. I'm sorry. This community is amazing and wonderful. I didn't knock it, Kingslayer. I was just, you know, I was just laughing because I'm a joyous person. Ah, there's a voice chat happening now. I see, I see. Cecilia says, I guess I actually grew to be more extroverted than anything. I used to be very, very introverted. I think it was an attribute of people I was around and my lack of self-confidence. So you've developed a tendency to gain energy when you're around people now? That's cool that you were able to affect that through your environment. Yeah, if you're around the wrong people, then your energy, they will absolutely vampire your energy away. I'm caught up now, Phantom. Mimi! You may come up here. Mimi may. Goodness. Hi. Hi, sweetheart. Yes, the time has come for the Mimi to grace the stream. Moi moi. Well, yeah, Kingslayer, that's because boisterous or like exuding, like the personality that you exude, it isn't really related to you being extroverted or introverted. Extroverted or introverted, it is relating to how, like, your own energy level inside when relating to social interaction. Like, you can be a very boisterous and outgoing introvert. Being introverted means that you can't be out around people for long because it makes you really, really exhausted. And you are in your element when you're alone. But it doesn't mean that you don't like being around people or you aren't a very personable, outgoing person. You can also be extroverted, where being around people gives you energy, but prefer to be alone. It's just that being around people... you could like being around people, but be shy when you're around people. Yeah, extroverted and introverted refers to where you feel at rest, which either means when you're around people, extroverted, or when you're alone, introverted. Yeah, it is a key distinction. It's a very common misnomer. Yes, this cat is very precious. She is but a babe. I'm still waiting for Lou to come in here and show his face on stream. He was in the corner when I started one stream, but he's been too shy to come around. Yeah, then Wolf says, voice chat really amplifies my introversion and self-doubt to like tenfold. Yeah, voice chats do the same thing to me, where I can't be in one for very long before I feel absolutely exhausted, like I just have to be completely alone. Because I'm extremely introverted. Yeah, Desi, that's an interesting situation there. And that's the sort of thing that I've never really had trouble with in my life. I'm sure a lot of people relate to what you said. Yeah, Bisuki does. But whenever I find myself, especially when I'm alone in public, even like alone in public, you know what I mean. When I'm by myself, I'm in control of all my actions. There's no group that I'm tethered to. In a large group of people, I feel really, really confident, and even when I do something like that, where like maybe I walk into the wrong store, I always kind of turn it into a theatrical thing, where I'll like do something like I'll, in case anybody's like looking at me weird and thinking like, what is this kid doing? That sort of maybe gives them an indication that I walked into the wrong store, and so that's usually just how I solve those problems for myself. And I kind of have a bit of fun with it, and it's always worked out for me that way. And I guess that's... Oh my gosh, you won. That's part of, it's just a part of my personality, is my love of theatrics. And so those situations for me are just opportunities to do things like that, and maybe make somebody smile at the same time. Like, maybe I'll give myself one of these, you know? So that if people are watching me or they see me, then they know what I just did. Or at least they're given a clear message. But yeah, I kind of love being alone in a crowd. It depends, of course it depends. As long as I have a clear purpose, then I love being in a crowd. Like, things like when I'm at an anime convention, or I'm at like a tennis tournament where there are people everywhere. I'm just I'm drinking in the environment, and I'm able to do it exactly my own way, and I kind of love it. And that's when I still feel like I'm able to be an introvert in situations like that, because the only person that I have to worry about is me. Like, I'm not letting any of the people around me inside my bubble where I have to think about them at all. I'm only thinking about myself and what I'm doing. But yeah, if there are a bunch of strangers around, I still feel like I'm alone, you know? Because I put so much energy into being in social situations where other people are involved with what I'm doing. Especially if it's direct. That's just how it is. That's just how I'm wired. And because I do try and do such a good job being social, I try and do every single thing in my life to the absolute fullest, best possible execution. Because we do not have much time in our fleshy coils, so why not make the absolute most of every single moment? Why spend any of those moments half-assing anything? That's a bit of a tangent, and possibly pretentious. Let me catch up a little bit. Oh, Bisuki, yeah. You're lucky you don't live in Japan. Yeah, the stores in Japan are wild and loud. That would be an interesting experience. I wonder how that would be for me. I definitely don't think I would like the trains there. Because the trains, even, like, I've been to New York for a week. And that was my first experience with a public transit train. And even though those could get super crowded, even then, I kind of felt the same way, where I was totally in my own bubble. And, I didn't have any problems. I kind of liked the train, and like even in moments like that, it felt like the same sort of, oh, this is cool. So I don't know. But if it's like the painful sort of, when a Japanese train is way over full, that sort of thing, I don't know if I'd like that. We would have to, I'd have to experience it. I doubt I would like it. Cecilia says, I love that feeling of being alone in general too. I don't know, it's always about things that are blocking to me, where I can't do what I like, and instead I'm forced to do something I don't necessarily want to do at the moment. I know what you mean. God, I know what you mean. And then you kind of feel bad because you feel that way. You feel wrong. And so that makes it worse. Oh. Yeah, Cecilia. Oh gosh. Yeah. That's why I'm sort of not looking for relationships for reasons like that. Yeah, because I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I'm able to be happy while providing the necessary attention that the relationship deserves and requires. Yeah, Kingslayer says, the only time I had real issues with crowds was when I did a marching band competition in Florida, and that was probably the heights more than anything. I'm so afraid of heights. But I'm interested in hearing more about that, Kingslayer, actually. It was a competition, you say? Were you in a competition band? Or a show band? Like, was it Bands of America Regionals or something? Cecilia says, I hope with this Discord you're able to push yourself to do and say things you never thought you'd be able to. You're wonderful, and we'd love to see you more. Yeah, don't worry about it, Cecilia. I mean, obviously, you saw how much I related to what you said. Venloff says, not to be sappy, but you all are so kind and funny and good. That's not even sappy, that's just an observation. There's nothing wrong with being sappy either. I think it's important, honestly. I think there needs to be less of a stigma. Not to call you out, I think there needs to be less of a stigma about being sappy. Because I think it's kind of almost necessary in our lives. I think being deprived of that is dangerous. Sorry, I'm talking kind of quietly, so hopefully you can hear me. Drop shot would have been a good idea there, but she's gonna lose the point. The Barty Party! Desi says, I'm making art and loving my GF, and that's enough for me. Every second is gonna be a full effort second. You know, and that's, yeah, I didn't mean that, like, moments where you're not, like, trying to do, like, that is absolutely not what I meant. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you said that, because I need to walk that back. Like, what I meant was, like, whenever I'm engaged with something that is an activity, like I'm being active with something, then I try to do it to my absolute best of my ability. But that doesn't mean that you should spend every moment of your life trying to, like, challenge yourself or be active with something, because that's unhealthy. Yeah, yeah. Always have a balance, and always take care of yourself, and allow yourself that. Like, and if I spend a lot of my life not doing things to the best of my ability, or not feeling like it, and that's okay. I shouldn't, I'm being kind to myself. I'm being kinder to myself when that happens. But I just take that mindset, at least. I use that mindset as the standard, and then when I need to be better to myself, I am. or easier on myself. Yeah, a lot of people are reacting that way. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Yeah, that the sentiment, the way I presented that sentiment can be dangerous, even, so, yeah. Live the way you want to live and do what you want to do. As long as you're at peace with things, you're on the right path. Your life is your life. All you should do is maximize your enjoyment of it and never feel any regrets for the past. These are all much, much better things to say than what I said. Definitely. Yeah, that was, clumsy thing for me to say. I'm not going to beat myself up over it, but I'm very aware of how that wasn't the best thing to say. Yeah, Cecilia says, even in the times that I was doing something wonderful on its own, it was always, I should be doing more, I should be doing better. That's every day for me. There was 1 week after Diminished 17 came out that I was kind of feeling like things are good right now. And now I'm back into, what are you doing? You're not doing enough. Every single second of your life you should be doing something that what might be perceived as worthy. So yeah, the fact that I hold that view of living life is probably unhealthy to me. Hi, Spooshy. It's only been an hour. The first hour goes by, like, extremely fast. I'm just getting started, honestly, kind of. It's good to see you. Kingslayer says, don't remember the name, but marching brands. My brand! Marching bands around America gathered in Florida to present their halftime show in a competition that I guess was national. Yeah, it sounds like a show band competition. Show band. Yeah, that's what an absolute douchebag would say that has been a part of a competition band. Show bands are amazing. King Lazo says, I've been struggling really bad with having insecurities recently about a lot of things. I think this community has definitely helped me out quite a lot. Great. Yeah, that makes me really happy to hear. Applol. Celine says, this is a warm and sincere community. It jumped again. We're the ones who took that Soup of the Day speech about cringe culture to heart. Good. Kingslayer says, our school actually won that competition, awesome, which was crazy because we only had like 70 people in the whole band and only like 60 made it. You show them how it's done. You show those giant bands of 200, 300 people how to play music, yes. How to be a collective. Our school band was also quite small. The largest the year that it was the largest, it was around 110. I think that was the largest the band ever was in its history. And then my final year, it was at 70. My first year was right around 100, I think. And my freshman year and my senior year, we went to Bands of America Grand Nationals. Grand National Championships. Right there. This is the shirt that I got from it. From freshman year. Was this? No, this is my senior year. This is the shirt from senior year. Oh, Bisuki says, what are you drawing, Saria? I'm sorry I missed the beginning. I was playing in the snow. Yeah, sorry, I haven't explained what I'm doing in this stream. I explained it in the first stream that I did this. I'm working on a job, a commission for friends who have their own company for the acrobatic sport that I do called tricking, where they teach classes and are gearing up for other things. And I'm drawing instructional poses for their like tutorial type pan flip stuff. So I'm just making, they sent me references of them doing the moves that I can just use, and I'm tracing over them just so I can make absolute sure that they're as accurate and precise between all of the poses as possible, so. That's what's going on here. Kingslayer says, when you have less time being your better self, the more highlighted they can be. It's mostly just preference to how you want to see it. Yeah, don't worry about it, everybody. It's fine. The fact that I feel the way I feel about the way that what I said, the way I feel it came off, I don't feel bad about that. I don't feel like I need to be reassured about it. But thank you for doing it. But the person that I am now, I feel at peace with questioning the things that I do all the time, and I mean, again, this is a thin line, but I feel it's worth walking. I feel at peace with really scrutinizing the way that I act all the time, and decisions that I make and things that I do, because I think, I mean, that doesn't have to be a bad thing, being an intense scrutiny over all that stuff. I feel like I've become a much better person since I started being like that. But thank you all so much for caring, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you. No, Desi, I don't think you overreacted. No, because that's important. I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad for that moment in my life, and I'm really sorry that it was presented in a way that you felt that way about it. And you shouldn't feel bad for feeling that way, because you have a point. You absolutely had a point. And as I revealed a couple minutes later, it affects me very negatively sometimes. I mean, and the way that I meant it was just purely positive. And I think that I can have that mindset and just be able to experience it in that positive way, but I don't yet, and I need to work on that. I mean, that's gonna be very hard because it's so deeply ingrained. It's just pure emotional, just the way that I don't feel positively about most things, and I take in the negative instantly. And I'm not talking about how you guys reacted to what I said, by the way. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about, like, when I make things and I accomplish things. It's extremely, like, the good things about that, and, like, letting myself feel good about that. It never seems to truly make it into my brain and my heart. But when I it's so incredibly easy and effortless for your body to just be like, oh well, you should feel bad about something. Oh, okay, now I do. Good. Thanks, body. This is how a human being should work, right? This means that that we are great beings. Great design. Not verbalizing things the way that I would like to right now, but it's nice to be in a community where that doesn't matter too terribly much. I mean, it did earlier when Desi felt bad, but... And that's not a knock on her, because it was my fault. Yeah, I've been letting the very occasional negative comments about Diminish really, I mean, I've been letting makes it sound like it's my fault, because it's not. It just happens so instantly and so automatically, and that's just the way I've been my whole life. I'm an extremely, extremely, extremely sensitive person. I've been that way my whole life. I've hated it since the day I was born, but it's just the way I am. And I hate it to this day. I hate what happened this morning when I saw the person being extremely negative, and how I get showered just constantly by love and appreciation and praise, and that's like 2,000,000,000% more than the negativity that comes in, but the negativity affects me 2,000,000,000% more than the positive stuff does, and it just feels like I can't control it. It just happens, and it makes me really sad. Like whenever I tell you guys, I don't know if I'm able to process what this means to me. It hasn't hit me yet. Partially it's because my body just isn't giving me the serotonin or whatever hormones that should be making me feel good. I mean, sometimes it does, and it's incredible. I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring down the mood at all. I'm not trying to say things to make you pity me at all. This is just I'm just living, you know? I'm just processing my life. And this isn't a bad thing. This is just, I think this is something that a lot of human beings deal with. And I've become way more able to deal with all of this than I was in the past. I'm in a pretty good place, relatively speaking, and I think it's a good place in general. King Ozzo says, definitely want to sound narcissistic, but an ego boost is pretty good every now and then. Of course it is. The ego is an important part of the human being. People always talk about it so negatively, but I think that a lot of people are uneducated about just the part that the ego plays in a human's life, in a person's life. And I think you're right. And the way that you deal with that has its own connotations, like the way that you behave with your ego. That's a different story, but the ego is important. Yeah, guys, it's okay. It's okay. I'm still behind on chat here, but I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Like, I really appreciate everything you're showering me with now and telling me that everything's okay. It is. I know. My body's doing what it's doing, regardless of what I want it to do. And I feel like I'm very much in control of the things that I'm telling myself on a daily basis, and how... I mean, obviously I'm extremely hard on myself. Like, inordinately hard on myself. And I'm working on that too. And obviously part of my sense of humor is being self-deprecating, and maybe that's not a good thing. So I need to work on that too. But just know that I'll be okay whether we have times like this where all of you are telling me that I'm doing enough and I'm doing great and I'm great. I'd be fine if I had this sort of chamber where that's happening, or if I didn't. I'm strong enough to be able to be legendary. So don't worry. But thank you. You all are very good to me. And I got a small feeling of happiness. And I'm gonna actually try maybe and start noting to myself verbally when that happens, and remind myself how often it happens. Because I think something that I'm actively doing is telling myself that the negative is affecting me more than the positive. And I'm gonna see if that's actually true. Like, at least in frequency. Because, yeah, the negative seems to hit way harder, but I'm gonna start noticing actively whenever I'm getting rushes of good sensations. And maybe that'll help me. Let's go, Celine, the cooking expert. Oh yeah, Bisuki says drum corps bands, basically. Yeah, I wish we would have called it that whenever I was in high school. It's an easier way to think of it. Yeah, drum corps based high school bands. Yeah, I was in one of those. I'm way behind, of course. King Slayer says, honestly, I'm amazed you all like hearing my random tangents about my life. Really makes me wonder if I'm being too egotistical. Gotta let y'all tell your stories too. And they are. No, you're a part of the experience. It's a celebration of all of our lives. And so your input is welcome. It is a part of the celebration. That's why this is so cool and such a rare and unique opportunity that I'm trying to take advantage of now. Now that it's here in front of me, and in such a great period of its life. Like, because all of you are so great. There may be a time coming where the community explodes even more, and then this becomes larger, and things change. And that doesn't have to be for the worse, but, you know, it'll be different. And I'm trying to appreciate it exactly as it is right now for as long as that is like this. Because once things change, it'll be different. And so I'm appreciating this exact experience while I can, and that's why I'm trying to stream very often. And see you all in this exact environment for as long as possible. When it changes, it won't be a bad thing. That's just life. And I'll be happy with that too. And I'll be grateful and humbled. Celine says, it's a fine line being able to recognize, oops, I goofed, without falling into self-loathing despair over it. It took Kurt and Arde literally fighting it out for that one to really click for us. It's a good skill to have. It is a skill, yes. It's a good skill to have, and we're in a good place now, but there was some intra-system violence along the way. It's a hard lesson to learn. Yeah, and I think that's true for non-plural people, too. That's a good way to describe it, like intra-system violence. I think... yeah, like you're literally being violent to yourself sometimes whenever you cross the line into self-loathing, and that takes training because it is absolutely a skill. It is a skill. You have to get good at it, and you have to keep that sword sharp too. Because if you let it fall by the wayside, then it will. You have to stay on top of it, and those are very stressful words to use, like you have to stay on top of it, but you know what I mean. Just look after yourself, look after your life. This is a cool conversation, and I'm glad that I'm able to have it. I'm just popping up some streams here for a second, so I can have something going in the background. And then I'll move back to chat. Then Wolf says, I'm not a good worm can opener, but I'll say this community has helped me substantially in a hard period of my life. That's good. And if you want to open the can, then this is the place where that is. I mean, there are lots of places, I'm sure, more than you might imagine, where that is welcome. But God, is this a place where that is welcome? If there ever is a place where that is welcome, this is one. Yeah, King also says, you can be surrounded in a wall of love, but that one arrow of hate will always get through. Yeah, and that doesn't, like, mean that, like, the people that are, like, surrounding you with love are, like, failing and letting something in. That's just sort of like the way that the body works, you know? And I think that's common. Yeah, and I don't want to blame myself for that, no. Yeah, it's not my fault. Don't beat anybody up. This is something that I need to deal with on my own. Because I don't know if... I definitely don't feel great at thinking about, like, big fights happening with people trying to defend my work, like, now and into the indefinite future with my life as an artist. I don't want people to harm themselves, the community, or anyone else trying to defend my honor or defend me, or, you know... And I'm not just saying that to be, like, altruistic or anything. I literally don't want that to happen, you know? I don't want... It would hurt me if I were to see harm happening as a result of me. So don't worry about that. I can take it. If I'm struggling with it now, I'll work on it. And I do have a great support group, and now I have all of you. We don't have to fight anybody. But thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. This is Cecilia. Spooshy says, brain chemicals are certainly strange. Yeah. The inner machinations of our mind are an enigma. Celine says, oh, that is such a mood. One can get 5,000 upvotes and 1 downvote on something and spending the rest of the day agonizing on that downvote. Yeah, because... I mean, especially with me as a person who, for better or for worse, like, the point of my life is to please people. That's just the way I'm wired. And so when I see negative comments come in, it's not just me feeling bad about, like, them not liking my work or, like, demeaning it, or demeaning something about me, what have you. It's the fact that my existence, or something that came of my existence made them feel something negative, that destroys me. Because all I want to do is make people's lives happier and better. That's why I'm here on this world. I really, really need to learn how to accept that that's not universally possible, and that there will be people that just straight up truly hate me and wish that I was dead, and wish that everything I made, and think that things that I do in my life or things that I make are just straight up bad for the world, or like they have a vendetta against me. That's going to happen. That's just the way it works. And God, I need to fortify myself against, or not against, I need to fortify myself just in general. It's not about them. It doesn't, that's just going to happen. I need to do that for me. Yeah, Kingslayer says, weird that negativity is so piercing like that. It makes you wonder why the brain clings to it so well. Spooshy says, don't let Apollo hear this. Yeah, the king also said that earlier. It's just important to realize that you never will be able to please everyone. All that matters is pleasing as many people as possible. Yeah, and Diminish is not perfect. Like, there are ways that I could have done it better. Like, the people who have been saying negative things about it have a point a lot of the time. Often they're not judging the work on its own merits, but they do have points sometimes that I think are very valid. Celine says, you and I are in the same boat about, I don't have an official diagnosis, but it sounds a lot like what I have, level ADHD, possible ASD, and who knows what else. I think that's the RSD talking there. Well, I hope that I can help you feel like you're not alone, Celine. And I know you're already not alone, but you know what I mean. Kingslayer says, we all be drinking our soups of life. Our chicken soup for the soul, you know. Celine says, because being super sensitive to RSD is a symptom of that for sure. Interesting. I'd have to look more into that. I'm in Top Chat. I need to get back into live chat. I keep forgetting to do that every single time. I'm sorry if I've been missing your messages that might have been put into live chat instead of Top Chat. I'm really sorry. I'm in live chat now. And I'm still catching up, obviously. Yeah, make as many people happy as possible is kind of still my core motivation, always been, but it's healthier now. Good. Yeah, King also says, it's definitely harder to break out of that mentality when you're creating. Cecilia says, I'm glad you didn't necessarily need the messages, and I'm glad you know it's all okay. I hope it helps tone down the unnecessary bit of the feeling of wanting to do better. It's always good to be a little self-critical, of course. Yes, I think so too, obviously. Have you seen Diminish? King Ozo says, it's definitely harder to break out of the mentality when you're creating, since a lot of it kind of hinges on how people interpret and enjoy your stuff. And yeah, that's, I need to be, like, David said this as well, like, and it's kind of like a cliche, I guess, a life cliche, but it is true. Like, the way people feel about things is not a bad thing. Like, people feel differently about things. That's the way it is. And yeah. And feeling awful about the way people might interpret or feel about things is normal. It sucks, but it's normal. And it's something that luckily, there are ways that you can manage. Yeah, this is an amazing thing. This community is an amazing example of that. Phantom says, I have an announcement. Sonic the Hedgehog is a bit... I'm not reading that. Desi says, click pen when you feel happy and Pavlov's dog yourself into joy/J. Cecilia says, did you piss on the moon again? It'd be interesting if we have another one of those nights, yeah. Venwolf says, I've come to make an announcement. And then I don't see them making any message after that. That's a good announcement. Saria Songs group therapy streams, yeah. No, Cecilia, no. This tangent didn't even start with you. It started with me saying something that was really clumsy, and it's funny because after I said that, I didn't even think about how that thing that I said was iffy, and ugh. But I was gonna say that. Reiterate, as I should more often, that I do not ever want people to just straight up adopt the way my sensibilities and my convictions and the way my worldview, just by virtue of it being mine and the fact that I'm saying these things like from a standpoint of like being on a soapbox. What I want is for people to think critically about everything and adopt their own viewpoints and just have my views color the way that they, like, just be new information. Or just information. I want people to be able to process things on their own terms. I don't want to ever come off like I'm trying to change the way people think or change people. Because I have misgivings about that, at least as far as, like, I'm concerned. It's just the way I feel. I don't want to do that. But I do want to have open enterprise and discuss things and help people work through things and present new angles, or at least my own angle. It might not be new. Probably isn't. Like 100% of the time. But you know what I mean. Yeah, King Azo. King Oza says, gonna be honest, the guy who commented that my bananas and ketchup combo was disgusting made me laugh. That is the only person who came through that, like, didn't truly make me feel bad at all either, because I saw that person too. Because that person commented on Diminished 17 saying, I just wasted 5 hours watching you make absolutely no progress. Like, you suck, dude. This is cringe! For one thing, I feel like they're just trolling, and I do not condone trolling at all, because I think that it is an absolutely pointless and only, like, it's not a positive thing to do at all. It can only harm people, and it's like it's a senseless form of comedy. Just don't do that. But the fact that I recognized it made me sort of detach from it emotionally, but also their comments were just kind of funny in a way. Because it seemed like that person was doing it mindful of the themes of the work, and so the fact that they called Diminished 7, like they commented on Diminished 17 and called Diminished cringe, just felt so, like, actually thematically appropriate that it had to make me laugh. So yeah, like that user didn't bother me either. That was like the only user that, like, didn't give me a pang of, like, hating my life for 4 hours, but you know, that's all me. Yeah, and it's definitely not okay that they went directly to you and then directly insulted you when you put yourself out there like that. Like, because of that, I didn't like that comment at all. Even though, like, I'm glad that it made you laugh. BMB says, don't you ever just look back at your life and say, wow, I fuck. Goddamn enter key. Yeah, I say that to myself all the time. God, I fuck. Goddamn enter key. I think that's just a part of life. What did you mean to say? Did you end up saying it? I don't know if you did. Yeah, sorry, I'm still behind because I keep talking about things. Imagine doing that. Yeah, I don't think you sound like you're dead inside, King Azo. Yeah, like, that's... And when my sense of humor being so self-deprecating as it is usually, at least that being a quality of my comedy, that's what I'm trying to do, is just laugh at myself. And I've found that it is very effective, especially in this culture of the internet, where troll culture is so prevalent. Because, you know, For some reason, the world hates it when people take themselves seriously and feel seriously about things in their life. And so I noted that throughout my childhood, and I went the complete opposite direction with my content after a certain point, and just went complete self-deprecation, and everybody loved it. So I just kind of adopted that as my sense of humor. And that's what I'm trying. Like, I don't actually feel that way about myself. Like, that when I'm doing that, whenever I'm putting that into my content or the things that I make or the things that I say theatrically, I don't ever actually feel that way about myself. At least not on the surface. Like, because I probably do to some degree, somewhere deep inside, when it comes to certain things. Not everything. Maybe not even most things. Most things I feel like I have a very high self-esteem. But yeah, I relate to that. I think that it is healthy to have a certain ability to laugh at yourself or to see yourself in a self-effacing light to a degree and in a certain context. Because it provides you a different angle. I feel like different angles in anything in life are always healthy. They always help. But again, that's another fine line that I'm treading with that. King Hazo says, I've definitely wanted to get into singing and or voice acting, so my voice is something I care very deeply about. Nice. Again, when you did that, like, Olympic announcer voice, that was so on point. Spooshy says, I've always had a pretty nasty anxiety disorder, but since the start of the pandemic, it's been getting more and more debilitating, since I'm without my usual outlets. These streams have definitely done a lot to help me tune out the noise. Thank God. Okay, that's good. I'm very glad. Are you comfortable talking about your usual outlets, Spooshy? Because I'd be interested to see. I wonder if anybody in chat has asked that in my time of being very, very behind. But I know you do a lot of, like, tactile art. Avi says, I understand the ADHD/ASD purgatory boat. I'm sorry to hear that. Ruben, hi Ruben. Ruben says, negativity bias is a really hard thing to overcome, especially when you have ADHD/RSD, but it does eventually get better day by day. I'm glad that's happening for you. Kingslayer says, do people do impressions? I'm apparently pretty good at a text-to-speech type voice. That's actually impressive to me. Like, robotic voices, I've never been good at it. I mean, aside from doing the robotic tones, that is less difficult. But, like, doing an actual, like, robot voice, you know, with, like, mechanical sounds from my throat, that I find difficult. So I'm impressed if you can do a great, like, Microsoft Sam voice or something. Ruben says, art is a very inherently personal thing because it's an extension of yourself, so it hurts a lot more when people are harsh on it. Yeah, it's like when you're pouring your entire soul into something, which is not something you necessarily do when you're just interacting with people normally. It's like people are just straight up condemning you, your existence, whenever you're making art that is that important to you. And people are just straight up invalidating it or dismissing it for often very trivial or maybe not even valid reasons. That is a tough thing to digest. Cecilia says, I'm glad my ADHD never got to making me feel any kind of intense negativity, just some bad days. I'm sorry about the bad days, but I'm glad you have mostly a decent, well, a manageable experience with it. At least in that sense. King Ozzo likes doing impressions. Phantom says, I don't know if you missed it say, but earlier I had said that it's interesting that the chat got on the subject of personalities, because I took my first personality test ever. Apparently I am ENFJ-A. I'm an INFP, I think. That was what I got. I don't know what the -A means. I don't know what mine would be in regards to that. But yeah, I could see that being me. If you hold that sort of if you hold that sort of thing to credence, which I think is valid if you do or don't, for whatever your reasons might be, but yeah, that's what I am. Cecilia says, Ruben, I think this is the first time I've seen you on stream, though I've seen you on the Discord. It's good to see you. Yeah, there's some impressions that I enjoy doing as well. I did one of them in Diminished 7, or in one of the Diminished episodes, and some people got it. But if I did it for longer, or I did certain lines, then it'd be very obvious. Because I think I do that one pretty well.
It burns! It burns us! It freezes us! Let's take us, precious! Let's take us, huh? Give it to us raw and wriggling. You keep your nasty chips.
That's one of my favorite ones to do. Is Smeagol / Gollum. Then Wolf says, what was your announcement? Or, not that. Bisuki asks Thenwolf what their announcement was. Gosh. Oh, Thenwolf, it was a reference. I see. Sorry. Sorry. There's a Sonic Fan Dubs reference? Ah, interesting. I need to watch some of those. Like, that one specific series that is, like, that I've been shared a couple of times. It looks unbelievably funny. Like, Shadow says something about Hot Topic at the beginning of one of the Sonic Adventure 2 one. That looks pretty funny. Yeah, Ruben, your sentiment that I just read earlier was very much a good addition to the conversation, so yeah, feel free. I mean, feel free no matter what to talk and contribute, because it's great to have you. This has been very fun. I love being able to talk about this. God, this is so... See, there's a good feeling. There's a good feeling. There's a good feeling. There's a good feeling. It doesn't affect nearly as deep as a negative feeling, but that this is important. This is a good feeling.
Under pressure.
I am so far behind. Oh, this is amazing. I have almost 20 people in here. All of them are talking to me. This has been the stuff that I've been dreaming of my entire life. I'm a streamer. I thought about moving this to Twitch because if I did, then I would get partner or affiliate, whichever the small one is, immediately. If I had this exact stream on Twitch. I don't know if I want to get into the Twitch game, though. I don't know. Like, being faced suddenly with a guarantee that I could be a Twitch affiliate makes me have a bit of pause and, like, say, okay, now that I know it could happen, and it could develop, do I really want it? Because I think obviously I have more channels on YouTube. I don't know if I'm truly gonna... Because my tennis channel might be having some really exciting things happening there. It might be more beneficial to me to stay mostly on one platform. Cecilia says, I need to start drawing. You don't need to do anything. You just live your life and be happy. Be content with yourself. But you can start drawing. Bisuki's gonna draw too, nice. Yeah, Avi, it's awesome to have you here too. Your input is also very nice. Kingslayer is being pressured to draw. Yeah, Plays More Cats about the troll saying, plot twist, that guy was role-playing as a part of the series. It was so in-universe. It seemed that way. They were just so relevant. It makes me feel like they have to be a troll, because if they weren't, then they were every single possible word they chose was exactly the sort of person that I was talking about through Teddy, in the most comical way. They were that comically the person that Teddy was talking about. Wow. The sort of person that Teddy was talking about. That is absolutely possible. I can't rule out the possibility of that being the case, because life is inherently absurd. It is a comedy that is far more absurd than something that a human being could even imagine. Kingslayer says, "Curse my grapefruit hands." I don't know what that means, but I'm sorry. No man ask for. Desi says, "Fuck self-deprecation. I'm great and y'all gotta deal with it." I am the Avatar and you all gotta deal with it. I added a word to that line. Sorry. Cecilia says, "These streams make me very sleepy." Okay, I'm getting to Spooshy's outlets now. Usual outlets have honestly just been spending time with friends. Anxiety and RSD have made it hard to meet new people, but once I get past that initial barrier, spending time with the people I love is honestly like a brain reset. Okay. Okay. Well, hopefully, once this is over, that you'll be able to slip right back into that without any trouble. I'm so sorry that has been taken away from you, and I'm glad that this environment can help give it back in a way. Spooshy says, "I'm not really someone who needs to recharge from social interaction. Social interaction kind of is my recharge." Yeah, so you're an extrovert. If we're gonna be just straight up simple labeling with it, than me to just throw a label at you from you being transparent and vulnerable. Thank you for telling us about it. Oh yeah, they already went through that in the chat. Okay, so yeah, Spooshy said, "Yeah, I'm definitely an extrovert, just an extrovert with brain problems." But I mean, who doesn't have them? But I know that many of us, that there are ones that are far more invasive and severe and in need of specific attention. But everybody's screwed up. Everybody is. Chris says, "Wait, did you say INFP? I'm an INFPT. I need to look up what that separate letter means." I've seen an A and a T. Bisuki says to King Azo, "Hey, so during my thesis project, I need voice actors. Are you interested in that?" Ooh, sick. Oh, that's great. Oh, I love it. Phantom says, "Yes, putting your essence into a work is really powerful and people can feel it. I haven't had the negative feedback on anything I've done yet. Good, but mostly because I've not made anything well known yet." Well, I'm glad that you've made everything you made hasn't had that. You haven't had to deal with that yet, because my entire life, when I was young, you know, making things online, everything that I made came with negative impact and negative responses. So I'm really glad that you have been able to be free of that so far, because I never was. Potatoes! Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. I don't have a Sam. I have a Sam! Faramir! You have to let us go! You've been this way before. Oh, thank you for the Gollum compliments. Using Gollum as an adjective, that would be funny. I'm so freaking far behind. I love all of you. That you're here talking, saying things, making me happy. Kingslayer says, "Yes, Say, apparently I sound a lot like the Moonbase alpha text-to-speech. Don't even know how that works, but I can do it, supposedly." Okay, so it seems like I was talking about the thing that Venloff was when it came to the Sonic dub. So yeah, I will check that out. But again, it's a Sonic thing, so I feel so passionate about it that I often don't have the energy to face it. But God, I have to watch that. It's the same thing with Sonic Boom. I know it's gonna light my life. It's just getting the nerve to watch it when Sonic is that important to me, and I've had such a strong headcanon about Sonic for my whole life. Pushing down on me, pushing down on you. Cecilia wants me to go on to Twitch. I actually like the chat better here. If I'm gonna be, I mean, Twitch has emotes, which YouTube just apparently they don't want to do at all, which is weird. But yeah, that's the other thing, King Ozo. Yeah, like if people, what if only like 2 people here in this chat have Twitch accounts? I don't want to force people to make Twitch accounts to be able to interact with me on Twitch. The chat, Ozo! The chat! The thing about Twitch chat is I actually have had some problems with Twitch chat. Like sometimes messages will stop coming, and people will be trying to send me messages for like 2 hours and I'll never know. I've never had that happen on YouTube yet. Yeah, YouTube has emotes, but I haven't found them, I guess. Maybe I'm just more used to Twitch's emotes. And I like the option of Frankerface Z and Better Twitch TV as well. Ooh. Nori got the break? What? Oh, it looks like he's not going to keep it. Yeah, today I Drew a Pig says I have more trouble with potato internet when it comes to Twitch. Yeah, we got a discourse, Twitch versus YouTube happening now. Oh dear. Oh god. Oh god. Apollo Tar. Oh yeah, the Markiplier ban thing. That's ugh. Yeah, he turned into Hulkaplier after that happened. He went to bat. Bisuki says to me directly, when you did your impression I had to turn you down because whenever your streams are on you are connected to Bluetooth and my roommates listen too, but that killed all of our ears. I'm sorry, I tried to back up all this way over here. I'm so sorry.
Smeagol sour.
I'm really sorry. And that was a bad impression. That one wasn't good. BMB says, real question, burger or hot dog? Oh good, opening up another argument possibility, but I'm a burger man personally. I'm a burger man, but hot dogs are also great. But I also have neither, basically ever, now that I'm a fitness and nutrition junkie. I've been having burgers more often lately, but I just have bites here and there. I never have a full one, or even half of one usually. I just have like 2 bites and then leave the rest for later. I have 2 more bites, leave the rest for later. It is nice that you can change your name on Twitch more easily, I think. I mean, you can do it on YouTube, but in ways, sometimes you have to bypass the system without, like, now it requires you to have a first name and a last name, usually, if you're not, like, doing a very specific type of account. But I managed to work past that. Cecilia Aragorn is fine. Aragorn! At least it is to me. You're allowed to hate it. You're allowed to hate it. You don't have to slow down. Please. Continue being exactly who you are in this environment, which this is why I'm here. Sam! Yeah. That one I didn't back away as much. Sam! Frodo! The soup turned out really good. Nice, Celine. A true soup of the day. Yeah, I am a meat eater. Spooshy says, oh, I meant to clarify. Social interaction with friends online has been extremely difficult lately since everyone's been trying real hard to cope with school right now. Adjusting to the new systems, that stinks. Spooshy says, I'm a high school dropout, so I've got, like, nothing to do. Again, I'm really glad to help. And you're very talented, so... I hope that you're able to find, good opportunities for yourself, too. Because I think they have to be out there for you. And maybe you already have something. Book Nerd says, y'all are gonna break B with y'all's support, I swear, says Rails. Breaking B. Ruben says, Sonic is ridiculously important to me. The amount of times I've replayed Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is absurd. Yep. Yeah. Sonic is... I mean, I've made it clear before, but... Sonic just straight up runs in my blood very fast. King Ozo says, I wonder if I'll get crucified here for saying I like Mario more than Sonic. I hope not. That's valid. You're allowed to. Beast King, no, 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 no. Bad. Bad. Time out. Not like a Twitch timeout, but just like timeout corner. Ruben says, you totally nailed the 2009 Sonic Flash character page aesthetic, and I mean that in the best way possible. Thank you so much. God, I loved those web pages. People have had their Google accounts banned in the past for spamming emotes. Yikes. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Yeah, Fandom says YouTube emotes be like, wash hands, stay on phone, eat takeout. Yeah, it's... I haven't found any that I really like at all. And there's a certain element of personality to Twitch emotes being people's faces and very, very custom things. Like, people think they're... People... It's awesome to be able to submit your own emotes that people, like, subscribers can use and stuff. That in itself is extremely amazing. Alright, see you in a bit, King Ozo. I would definitely take a burger served like a hot dog, Busuki. Silly say. Yeah, obviously, another impression that I like to do is like, yeah! Alright! Whoa! Faker? I think you're the faker around here. You're not even good enough to be my fake.
I'll make you eat those words!
It's no use! Take this! Yeah, I feel you, Cecilia, about your name. More Berg for the Berg God. Burger soup. Bees chugger boop. That makes me think of the things. The Acrobaco Lotto typically triples the Soccer Loco bottle. Oh god, that one is so good. Oh, I hope at least one person maybe knows what I'm talking about. Oh. God, that part just destroyed me. Check Discord says Phantom. I'm scared. There are like 6 billion channels now, which is a good thing, but which one do you mean? Bisugi asks if they can have their Xbox back. Sure. I never truly banned it, but I know that's a meme. I'm sorry, I should have gone along with it. That's my bad. Have donut. Mario is cool. The Simpsons. Oh yeah, was that the one that you wanted me to see? Because that was great.
Xbox.
Silly Say versus Wacky Will. Who wins? There is no winner. It's just a permanent stalemate where both harm each other into the universe. Thank you for liking the Shadow impression. Specifically from that game. Desi says, this is unrelated to anything, but I'm working on some art and I cannot wait for it to be done, say. Neither can I. King also says, am I high again? I've never been, but... Alright. I'm just weird. And now I'm caught up. Then Wolf says, 7-0 Supreme Court decision rules that YouTube be shopping. Wacky Racing Death Soup. Oh, wow, that was a nice chat. Oh. And this continues, of course, but... Oh, it was a nice, straight up looking at chat and doing nothing else session, while this character just maintains a very uncomfortable position for an hour. Yeah, I think I might just finish this pose sketch and maybe one more, and then I'll work on at least one Ko-Fi request. I've done it once. It was alright, but it didn't, for one thing, I don't want it to rule my life like many of the people that I've seen in my life, how they have to revolve their entire lives around it. I never wanted that. And then when I did try it out, it was like, well, this is alright. Okay. Next, moving on. Not next drug, because I don't, I just straight up don't do those. I always feel awkward about putting any sort of thing into my body that could affect it. I much prefer to be in complete facility over my body and my mind. Bisuki says, yes, say, my proposal for marriage is still unanswered. Please, I really want to marry Sonic and Shadow. It's been my dream since I was 5. Yeah, there was a period in my life where I was deeply struggling with the thought of never being able to hang out with Sonic and Tails and all of them. Like, physically hang out with them. So yeah, I can relate. This continues, yeah. It works so well for so many things, too, that I can just say it. And it's kind of tooting my own horn when I do, so I try not to say it often, but it works for so many things. Phantom says, I get high naturally through meditation. I get high naturally, too. Like, I know how to. I didn't get it to work, but when I was little and I blew into NES cartridges to try and get them to work, I would get natural highs all the time, and I didn't really like it. Ugh. I know the exact sensation. I can imagine the sensation exactly, and it's just kind of uncomfortable to me. But might not be the same thing as a real high. Actually, I know it isn't, but. Bisuki says, actually, wait, my proposal is on hold, actually. Can you do Knuckles? I prefer to be taken on a date first, but god, how much money are we talking here? Spooshy says, no, chat immediately stops being nice now. and I followed suit, I'm sorry. In fact, I was worse than anything the chat was doing in that moment. Avi says, oh, say, did you actually catch the Apollo drawing? I did. Sorry, I hope it's not weird to ask. It's not, and I loved it. I mean, if you draw a water-related thing, then you're instantly, like, off to a good start. Because of my crippling water obsession, but it was so nice. I loved it. Status flowing. I loved it. Thank you for that, fan art. Yes. I suddenly did, like, a sumo, victory bout thing. I was like very fast. That was my reaction to being excited about the fan art. Phantom says, oh my god, I'm not the only one that wanted to hang out with Sonic when I was like 8 to 13. Well, I was like 22, so it was from when I was like 5 to when I was 23, and sometimes I still feel that way, so... Hyperventilating. Yes. We have been streaming for 2 hours. Yeah, I spent the last hour just straight up talking to chat. I have not touched the canvas for like an hour. The cartridge fumes, yeah. Kingslayer says, speaking of the requests, but on an unrelated topic, are we doing that collab thing? Gotta be real, that sounded awesome. Yeah, that would be fun. Today is a day we live in a society. Hypoxia is crazy stuff. Kind of, yeah. King Lazo says, my childhood fantasy used to be murdering SpongeBob. I won't judge, I guess. Bisuki says, oh yeah, hey, actually, I'll put a message about it in General Art or Diminished Art. Go ahead. Phantom says, I would like to hang out with Sonic. I would like to hang out with Tails. I mean, I would like to hang out with the whole group, but if it's just one-on-one, I think, obviously, Tails and I would get along pretty well, because Tails is the one that I've related to my entire life. Oh, Celine, that sounds really interesting. Wow. Yeah, Celine, oh god, yeah. Celine's saying the story that they were reading, I was living in that world so hard that it killed me to finish the story and go back home to this one. That's a rough feeling, isn't it? Yeah, and that's a feeling that I hope that I don't cause as an artist, because I've experienced that, and it is kind of hellish. But it's also what spurred me on to becoming an artist, because I was so unable to process that and live with it that I had to, like, sort of develop an entirely new world that I lived in through creating it. But yeah, I hope that I don't, like, hurt people through stuff like that. But God, do I know what you mean. Yeah, Please Cat says, wow, hard to believe you've just been reading chat for the past hour. I think it literally has been an hour, yeah. Bisaki says, I want to hang out with Eggman. Just kidding. I don't judge. At least you don't want to kill SpongeBob. I'm kidding. Celine says, people citing SpongeBob as a childhood fantasy makes me feel old, like when they describe the Xbox 360 as a retro system. God, yeah. Yeah, I felt that way about Harry Potter too, King Azo, yeah. Phantom says, I had ADHD so bad in school, I was extremely annoying and hyper. It's so, don't be negative about yourself about that. You're allowed to, and you're allowed to be healthily, observant of things that happened, objectively, but yeah, I don't want to just straight up, I don't want to invalidate the way that you feel about it, but you probably know what I mean. Bisuki says, I'm not that old, but I wouldn't consider 360 retro at all. Yeah, neither would I. That's pretty contemporary. Yeah, it's still weird to me to think of the GameCube as like a retro system. And I'm biased because Melee is still like my favorite game, but... King also says, I don't think I ever wanted to hang out with any characters just because I was afraid of embarrassing myself. Well, that's a thing, yeah. But I mean, stuff like that I was never worried about because I just imagined the world, just imagining that world as being like real life where things like that could happen was exciting to me. Like, it wasn't always going to be, like, sunshine and rainbows. I mean, things would be happening, like Eggman trying to take over the world. That would be fucking terrifying. Just, can you imagine being in the middle of that? Like, a part of the group that is actively fighting that? I mean, obviously it'd be cool to have powers like theirs, but... whenever you're not actively, like, endangering your life, it would be cool. Oh, Desi says, I have not talked about being currently in high school. Ooh, Desi is sending over a... You mean currently as in, like, in this No, you're in Ohio. Yeah, you wouldn't be in school in this exact moment. Unless you're doing work for school right now. Because of online. It is 1111 p.m. I'm gonna touch the canvas again. Whee! At this rate, I might only be able to do one request, but... I'm very angry with myself. I didn't set Tennis to record again. I've missed a solid portion of the day. That makes me very sad. I'm gonna do that right now. It took me 6,000 years to realize. I'll live. There are worse things to happen in life. It is recording? Oh, because it's on ESPN. Oh, that's the one that I originally set to record on, and it's actually airing on that channel today instead of the ESPN2, which for some reason didn't set it to record because it was on a different channel, even though it's part of the same series that I set to record. So why would it not record it even when it's on a different channel? Because it's part of the series, which is the criteria that it told me that it was going to record all of. I'm doing things with my arms, but I'm happy that it's all recording. It's Sabalenka versus Serena. Oh, lordy, lordy. And a handbasket. And it's gonna be on ESPN all the way. Wow. Wow. Oh, I should have said to go until a half hour after. Cancel. There we go. Nice. Happy sock. Oh no, no Tenny! It would have been fine, like, I would have only missed, like, 2.5... No, like 4 hours, 4.5 hours. But... It would have been going for, like, another... 8 or so. So... Sorry, was. Oh, did anybody get my Things reference? I didn't see anybody. The Soccer Loco bottle typically triples the Ocker Loco bottle typically tipples the stocks office stake. Oh, now I have to catch up on chat. That did not take long. Where would we be as a society without the GameCube? Phantom says it was really bad and it bothered people, and I don't know why I was like that, but I was. Yeah. Hopefully it taught people patience. It's the only potentially good thing to come out of it. It is what it is. Like... sometimes existence isn't perfect and isn't great, but... it's valid. Bisuki asks, say, have you ever done role-playing before? Yes, when I was young, very young, I would do RPing on the Sonic Zone forums. So, text roleplay. Very off and on. It was very fun. I've really enjoyed it. I tried to start one. The last time I tried to do it was... I was like... probably like 15 or so, and I tried to start one on a different Sonic forum, and it never got off the ground. But it had a pretty cool premise, I think. It was pretty elegant, actually. Like it had a really interesting hook, and I was gonna be Tails, and I was gonna have a lot of fun. But it's all right. Now I can just make my Sonic webcomic, Dear Sonic, which is. I still don't know if that would be, like, my end-all be-all Sonic universe, but it could be. Because it's so depressing. It's so sad. But there are things that I can do to make it less like that. False alarm, yeah. The tennis is on. The fight is on! Spooshy says, I'm an autistic person who experiences very little empathy, so I've never really had that kind of deep empathetic connection with a piece of media where it feels real, or that I'd rather be there than here. I like Teen Titans a lot while growing up, though I need to see that. That's a very interesting perspective, Spooshy. Then Wolf says, how do you guys start DMs? I always feel like an intruder. You just gotta slide. You gotta slide in there. That's what the kids have always said. When people started using that term, because they were always PMs, they were always personal messages when I was on the internet growing up. whenever the phrase slide into the DMs started becoming a thing, that was when I started to realize that I wasn't a kid anymore. And I was getting old. I was getting older. Celine says, I still remember when the Williams sisters together were the big story, but it really seems like Serena has broken out, huh? Yeah, and it's sad because Venus in her own right is such a great and legendary player. But yeah, Serena, yeah, she kind of... Yeah, she kind of became the big thing. The big thing. The most famous tennis player in the world today. Today I Chewed Pig says, I used to love the things. Yeah, she's had kind of a renaissance lately, and I'm here for it. Sauce. Yeah, sauce is a YouTube poop thing in general. Yeah, it's like the most popular, like, a sauce. They call it a sauce joke, when like reversing things. They call those sauce jokes because of the sauce, because of how prevalent it became. That's a heck of a pass. Phantom says, I tried to look up the funny thing you said. Say, I found how to outsmart the snake in your office. I don't know exactly. Are we referring to when I said, like, the acrosaccolotto, typically, like that thing? Ruben says, say, have you heard of the Hydroxyne Sonic AU? I think you'd like it. I really enjoy it. Again, it's like, I bet I would, but I would get so worked up about it that I don't know if my heart can handle it. But I don't know if I've heard of it. I've been seeing a bit of a Sonic AU from a person called Indigo on Twitter. And I very much enjoy following them because Tails is their favorite as well, and so they constantly draw Tails, which I am all for, and they have a similar headcanon of Tails where Tails becomes absurdly tall. I think actually that's where the similarities stop, but, you know, that's a thing in itself. Slide into my dungeon master. Yeah, that's that's what it meant to me at first. Oh yeah, no, I see what you mean, Bisuki. Yep. You don't be sorry though. Hey babe, I like your Sonic fanfiction collection. Yeah. Kingslayer, yeah. Yeah, Phantom, that was a thing. Yeah, it's... I don't know if you'd be able to find it just looking up the weird, nonsensical words. It's one of the things' recent YouTube poops. It's from that. It's from Poupon the Third. That video. Cecilia says, swapping to phone now, gonna lay down. Sounds good. Oh man, I'm hitting the wall. I'm just gonna finish this sketch and then no, I'll finish the third one. I have to. I'm not just gonna leave it there. And then I wanna get one commission, one request going before I end. I don't know though, because if I'm this tired, let me grab something. Let me put something in my system really quick here. Hungrybox is in need of a major comeback! Cecilia finished her drawing. Nice. Ruben says, it's so funny because I've never heard anyone else describe the feeling that is. I can't look at this piece of media right now because I'll get really, really excited. I can't. I don't even know if I should ever do it because I wouldn't be able to live my life if I do it. I would only be able to lay down and hurt. Thank you all for being here. This is a lovely stream. I really appreciate all of you. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Nice. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a sense. That makes a sense. It's a me, Mario. Ah, Spooshy says, in terms of media, I'm really in love with She-Ra and the Princesses of Power. It's definitely way up there. It kind of blew my mind, especially as a lesbian. It was just really, really special for me. Spooshy, episode 11, season 1, was the first piece of media, I think maybe in my entire life, that just made me bawl. I cried so hard for like a week. And I did not know if I was going to be able to handle the pressure of not knowing if they were going to get together. And I still don't, it still hasn't hit me that it happened. Spoilers. Jesus Christ. It still hasn't hit me that it happened because how is it possible? How are you supposed to know how to feel when you're given everything you could ever want? And that's kind of where I am with Diminish, but I mean, She-Ra is just even more ridiculous because it's Catradora. Yeah. Catra is everything to me. She's in my top 3 all-time of favorite characters. I just wanted her to be happy. That's all I wanted in my life. So now, what am I supposed to do with my life? Now that Catra is happy. Yeah. S-Pop was everything to me. Bisaki asks, Say, can you please do that Mario impression in VC? Give me a minute. What is this for? Yeah, Spooshy says, I started watching S-Pop literally in 2018 when it came out. I started watching it like 2 months after season 1 came out, so I got to experience every single season after that, in the moment. It hurt so bad? Yeah. God, the wounds will never heal from that. Okay. Just a moment. Oh, this should be interesting. Wait. What VC? Oh! You... It's okay. It's funny. You're fine. Oh god, Spooshy, just the amount of nights that I laid awake in bed and just, as a 25-year-old, just felt raw teenage angst thinking about Catra and Adora. The rawest of raw teenage angst. I cannot even explain to you. Like, there's nothing else that made me feel the way that felt. Like, that felt. Not since I was an angsty teen. Maybe never again. It's okay, Bisuki. Celine says, now the real slow burn developing relationship we're reading into is Apollo and Will. And I don't even mean that in terms of, like, shipping, but just like, what these two mean to each other, you know? I like that. I like that. Spooshy says, I watched season 5 on call with a friend, and it was so much... I wish, I really... The one regret I have in life is, and this is like no one's fault, because for one thing, it was during a pandemic, and for another thing, you know, it's, I mean, it probably nothing like that was happening, would have happened. But God, to have been able to watch season 5 in like a gigantic convention room that was packed with She-Ra fans, can you imagine? Can you imagine what that would have been like? Three moments, it's especially 4 moments that I would have like remembered on my deathbed. Number 1 is you miscalculated. Number 2, the first time you see the new transformation sequence. Number 3, not like I want her. Number 4, you know, the kiss, okay? Imagine. And then just the entire season, of course, because She-Ra, I mean, every single wrong Hordak moment. God. I haven't laughed, like, at a show like that show makes me laugh, or made me laugh. Celine says, they both need life after Teddy, and they're a team guiding each other out there. It's beautiful. Don't be sorry, it's okay. Bisuki says, Sarah, if you make a special side stream where you watch S-Pop, I will watch it with you. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have it on my screen, because that's not good, but that's an interesting idea. Venwoff says, Gurger King foot lettuce. Place for Cat says, everyone piles into the voice chat waiting for you only to realize that you already left. Did they? Did they actually do that? Did they actually do that? God dang it. Bisuki says, otherwise I'll have to check it out on my own, because y'all are getting me real excited. Yeah, She-Ra, I mean, people have some problems with it. It's not absolutely perfect. But I think some of the criticisms are very harsh, and of course they're valid, but I think they're trying to completely, like, turn the show into, like, this monstrous thing over things that it does not deserve that over. And I think it's an extremely good television show. I think it's very well done. I think it's good. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. Regardless of its quality, which I think is very high, I liked it very much. There's like 6 of you in there. Jesus. Do you want me to do it now then? Do you want me to do it now? Yeah, I'm a Decker says, not enough Mermista. That is the... Actually, yeah, I take back everything I said. The show is a piece of shit. How could there not be more Mermista? Especially in Season 5, how dare they? Although she had some amazing character moments. Even then. Mermista is a goddess. Why are you this way? Why is this show so good? I can't even take it. See, you want a Seahawk? Adventure! Take me to the 7 seas. No. How about no? I need to do an actual line. That way I can really think of the inflections and what I need to do. I definitely struggle when I try and say other things outside of the lines of the character's actual material. Okay, what are things that Seahawk says? Thank you for noticing, Bo. Give me some Seahawk lines. Give me Seahawk lines. Mamista! Season 5 broke me so much. Season 2 and 3 broke me. Season 3. Season 1. Season 4 was the one where I wasn't broken anymore. Because Season 4, when you saw, like, the very first time you see Catcher having nightmares, I'm like, she's saved. She's gonna come back. She's gonna be happy. That was the moment where I was like, yes, it's happening. Thank God. From that episode on, I was like, I wasn't worried anymore. Because I knew that she was coming back. I mean, it still hurt a lot, but I was healed after that moment. Again, spoilers as hell. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. Still watch it. Saria, can you do a number 15 Burger King foot lettuce impression? Cecilia says, Cecilia's back. You've missed some things. Not enough Mermista. Bisaki, it's fine. Say what line? Just what line? I need to look up Seahawk lines, because now I want to try. Quotes. I am Seahawk, I am. If you're looking for adventure, then I am your man. If you want to ride on the waves of deepest blue, through perilous winds, then I've got you. Some say I'm a hero, and some say I'm a man. What I know for sure is... I don't know how actually the melody goes. I'm Seahawk, I am. I'm Seahawk, I am. Adventure! So there's the song. I'm looking for quotes. There's some of the song. Most of it was wrong, I'm sure, with the melody. Why are there no just Seahawk quotes just sitting there for me?
I don't care where you go, Bojack.
I don't care where you go. I don't know why the song is doing that.
You make me too sad.
Okay.
Here are some, maybe? Well, we're here. Would you describe me as cool? It seems to me like caring about someone is the greatest adventure of all. I don't know how that one actually goes. I have to. They have to be lines where I can hear them perfectly, where I know exactly how they go. And none of the quotes on this page are like that. I don't know. Does anybody have Seahawk lines? Save me. I'm floundering. Thank you, Desi. Steven Universe, God, I need to see that show. I've been putting it off for years now. That's another one. It's like, I know it's gonna be so personal to me that I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle it. Because that's the way She-Ra was. Same with Gravity Falls. I haven't seen either of those yet. And I know that they're gonna destroy me. Desi says, I love and have crushes on every character in She-Ra. Huh. Yeah. Shut up, Bisuki. Desi says, it's always sad when a flame dies out, and especially for that fandom was a dumpster fire that really tarnished my love for it as well. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was only when Future came out that I found love for it again, really. I'm glad you were able to find love for it again. Okay then, Wolf, here I come. Here I go! Here we go! Fine. I should have made it a surprise. I'm a dingus. I'm a dingus. But we all knew that. Hello! It's me! Seria!
I can't believe it.
He's here! We did it, everyone!
We did it.
Let's go!
Hopes and dreams together! We did it! I'm so proud of this community.
I'm proud of you. Haha! Wahoo!
This is a beautiful day. You'll remember this for all of time.
This feels a half awkward because everybody muted.
Sario, we love you!
Oh my god!
Hi.
I don't know what to say. It's me, Mario. Hello.
Mario, I love you so much.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Mario!
I'm just a plumber. Only Mama allowed to love me. Mamma mia.
What about the princess, Mario? What about the princess?
The princess allowed to love who she wants. Hello!
Mario!
Mario!
Mario! Help me, I am Mario. I'm stuck in the bench in the game.
Luigi, why you do this to yourself?
I don't know, Mario.
Luigi, you have a problem.
$100 in here, Mario.
Luigi, this is shit that's been going on for far too long.
Mario, it's bigger than this time, I swear.
You need some help.
Mario, I'm doing this for both of us.
Luigi!
Lovely issues.
You don't understand, Mario.
This is reverse ASMR.
What?
This is the opposite of ASMR.
Yes, it is.
Aggressive noise.
I'm hearing a keyboard. It sounds like a chain gun. It is a shoot in my ears. I'm bleeding.
Mario, do you need the one-up mushroom? I think I still have some, Mario.
I'm trying to stay away from the shrooms. It's just evolved into just maniacal laughter.
Mario, please, the thwomp. Mario, it's getting
Mario, how
Oh,
is your leg?
no, wait a second. One of my friends wants to talk to you.
Mario, how are you doing with the BHS, Mario?
Mario is not here.
Mario, where did you go?
I ate him. Wah-ha-ha-ha! Wah-ha-ha-ha! He is in my belly. I that turned into a strange hybrid of like 6 different characters.
Mario just fought my brother.
What?
This is terrible.
I love how everybody is at different volume levels.
Thank you so much for this.
Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for this I'm sorry that
I am dying.
for some reason
Life is beautiful.
just like 70,000 people just showed up in the voice chat. Oh my god.
There is reason.
Mario,
I'm gonna get another friend for you.
Mario, what are you doing in the toilet?
Yeah! This is way past cool!
My toilet.
Oh no.
Oh yeah! Yes!
They laid off the Sonic voice actor recently, so I think it's time to apply the same.
It's gotta be me! I'll bring back the Sonic franchise and the Sonic voice actor that always sounds like this! Alright!
I mean, there is going to be a Sonic too.
I feel like Sonic is about to give me a dare talk.
I feel like Sonic is about to give you a lot of things! Possibly some very harmful things! Because I just can't slow down! Oh yeah! It's actually really unhealthy!
I need help.
I have so many questions.
I don't have any questions because I don't have a working brain! Oh yeah! Let's go!
Sonic, what happened? What happened to your brain?
I was just too cool! And so my brain was vaporized!
Sonic Iron.
It might have been the drugs though!
You're comparing yourself to me. You're not even good enough.
You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my fake. I'll make you eat those turds!
I
Damn.
It brings a whole new ominous meaning to Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh my god, Shadow's got a gun.
I can't believe Shadow's dead! Oh yeah!
Wow, Sonic, how did you manage to beat Shadow? I mean, he had a Glock and everything.
Here's Sonic. But guys,
You know, that's a good question. I don't know if I actually survived that one.
Really?
But I think I'm still living on in your hearts. That's why I'm here today. Oh yeah!
We've been blessed with this day of our Lord, February 3rd.
Believe in the power of imaginations, or was that hallucinations? I get the two mixed up because I am constantly hallucinating.
Sonic, do you follow?
on a scale of 1 to 10, how many drugs are you on?
What's a 1 to 10? Is that a drug? Because I would take it.
Do you follow the word of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
I don't follow the word of anyone. I follow the wind. And maybe the speed that I took, like, 6 pounds of earlier. Oh, yeah!
Sonic rehab.
That's a big L right there.
The new Sonic spin-off. Sonic goes to rehab.
Anyway, it was cool to talk to you all. I gotta lay down now. See ya.
Thank you, Sonic.
Bye.
Thank you.
It's a me.
Thank you for enriching our lives, I think. I think.
And by the way, remember kids, drugs aren't that funny. Don't joke about them sometimes because people actually do them and they're actually a problem. Sonic says, drugs aren't cool, don't do them. I shouldn't probably not have been making such a light of it because it is a huge problem in our world. But, you know, I make mistakes all the fucking time. So, I'm just gonna go lay down now. See ya. Yeah!
There it is.
No drugs.
What are you talking about, Sonic? I do them all the time.
Yeah, this is,
I see like my boy.
Sonic would not be a good role model for Tails.
Thank you for the life enrichment.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm sorry that I unwittingly forced all of you in here.
I'm sorry we forced you into here.
No, we did. We did. Willingly.
Oh, there's one more impression I have to do. I wonder if you guys are gonna get this one. Oh man, I'm playing this game. It's so freaking hard. I'm also really sad because my sister's fucking dead. Jesus. Oh man, I hate my life. Why am I doing this to myself?
Oh god.
That's a bit of a niche one. I don't know if you guys would know that one.
Yeah, no idea. No idea which one that is. I feel like it has to do with soup.
Maybe try somewhere else with that.
It must be a game about soup.
Alright. That was fun. I'm gonna go back to my stream now.
Okay. Take care, Syria. Take it easy.
I love you. You take care too. Be good. Be good, everybody. Be good.
Thank you for blessing us.
I only cursed you. I don't know what you're talking about, but you're welcome. Oh Lord. I love you. You take care too. Be good. Be good, everybody. Be good. I only cursed you. I don't know what you're talking about. But... Oh, by the way, I shouldn't have that on. Oh. Wow. Let me catch up on chat. Okay, here we go. That was the perfect song to go in on. The recorder version of My Heart Will Go On. God, doing the Mario impression the whole time while everyone else was muted. That was something else. That was the best. Oh God. Oh, you couldn't talk. I'm sorry, Midori. The music, yeah, the music phantom. Spooshy said, I had to leave for a few because my internet cut out. What's happening? Oh. Oh. Oh, where do we even start? Cecilia's having a meltdown. Understandable. So was I. That was a true gamer moment, correct. Mario would never say this. I feel betrayed. Yeah. Barry Chi. Barry Chi, welcome. They say, can you stop streaming so my sister can watch the Powerpuff Girls movie with me? I'm sorry. I was gonna do an art request. At least one art request, so I might do that before I stop, so sorry. But you can definitely do that. You can do that instead. That's totally fine. I'm sorry. Ruben says, we were all like tigers in a cage with no enrichment, and Saria was the watermelon the zookeepers had to throw in to keep us enriched. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I can be a watermelon for the greater good. No, that actually gave me some energy, if I'm gonna be honest. I was a bit tired when I left, but I'm just so... The experience itself, like, lifted me, because I had to lift my energy level. I had to meet the moment. I truly descend into madness whenever you pop into VC. Yeah. I'm glad that was fun. It was fun. Basically says, my computer is lagging behind my phone, and that was chaotic. Desi says, Saria threw a pumpkin full of meat into our enclosure. Yeah. Mario joined VC, then he was Sonic. Mario and Sonic and the Olympic Games. More like in the Mimic Games, the Mimetic Games. Then he was Sonic Gumball. Abby, oh, sorry. I hope it was life-changing in a not completely negative way. Oh, King, I thank you all, like all of you, for being a good sport. Because that honestly was just me indulging some of my weirdness. So I didn't need to be coaxed that much. That's why I went into the Discord the first time. Sorry, Midori. Oh, magnetism, welcome. I'm glad you could have enjoyed that too. I had more than 20 viewers after that. Oh man, I wonder how many I had at the peak. I guess I'll never know. Did any of you see how many viewers I had while that was going on and immediately after? I'm curious. King also says that was the most united I've ever seen the community. I should have actually done a Will line. I'm sad that I didn't actually do Will lines when I was doing Will. Gosh, that was a huge missed opportunity. Okay, Cecilia, if you want. I just with no warning at all, just hop in and destroy everybody's lives. I love Morrow too. Sonic, we're gonna have to have an intervention though. Yeah, that's... Definitely have to put that disclaimer in there that drug abuse is not funny. It's not. But I think we all knew that it was all just for a joke and not trying to make light of the situation, not trying to endorse it. I was half doing Will. I was just being dumb and using my regular voice, which is Will, for a minute. But yeah, I think I could do a good Will impression. Let me see. I don't want to do the ending rant for 17.5. Because that just makes me, that's so intense. I'd put my body through some paces if I did those lines again. I had the best sister in the world. I do have the best sister in the world. It's true. I got to hang out with her, social distance with masks, a couple nights ago. That was really nice. It was last night, actually. It was just last night. That was beautiful. I watched her play DDR, and I got to try out VR for the first time. Beat Saber is fun. And I just got to be in the presence of my sister and my brother-in-law. That was good for the soul. That's a fast boy! That's a speedy young man! Oh! Oh, Lord. There we go. That's a good one. That's a good line. Have to agree with Mr. Werewolf Man on that one. It's funny because, like, none of the things that I say as Will are deliveries. It's just me talking. And so it's interesting that they're like lines now. They're dialogue. They're quotes from a piece of fiction. And people call it writing, which, I mean, obviously the things inside the game are writing, but even those were just completely spontaneous. We're just like stream of consciousness. Most of those things, I should say. The majority. Then Wolf says it was Will doing Sonic pretending to be Mario. Yes. Book Nerd says just shout the F word. It's funny because I generally don't like to use swear words ever. You never had to be perfect. You never had to be. And I hope you got that through your head before the end. You didn't, did you? Of course not. Of course you didn't. Fuck! Oh, dude, Will is so good at impressions. Thank you, Spooshy. I'm glad that it comes off that way. And it's good to note that. It is good to be mindful of that. Because I think so too. Yeah, Midori, as I said before, I think you and I have similar patterns of speech and similar ways that we talk, so I could see that. And are you a native Spanish speaker? Like, did you learn English as a second or third or whatever language? Because your English is like... It's like neutral American is your accent, from what I've heard. Today I Drew Pig says, I would like to commend the voice acting in Diminish. When I first found it, I thought that the creator must have hired a professional to do it. Oh my lord, thank you. Yeah, again, like a lot of it was just me reacting, and the monologue at the end of Diminish 17.5 was just sort of also spur of the moment, completely unscripted. So what you heard me do all throughout Diminish is very different from what is a very different experience from any time I've read off a script. And I think that was definitely in benefit to the work, and in benefit, it definitely flattered me as an actor, because it never felt like acting to me. All of it was way more genuine as a result of what the work was demanding, and so it almost felt like cheating as an actor. And again, because Will is basically just me, personality-wise, just with different life experiences. Desi says, iconic Will quote, shoot your loads, sir. I'm sorry? Why would I ever say that? Yeah, that one. Yeah, Desi says, when I found it, I thought it was real, so props. Thank you. That is one of my favorite lines, is shoot your loads, sir. One that, like, is one of my personal favorites that always makes me laugh, and I don't know if it made anyone else laugh aside from me, but and it might have been adversely affected by the editing that I did right before it. It's when you're deep into Will failing at Justin getting up there, and the editing goes crazy with screen zooms and stuff, and then Will activates Justin unintentionally, and Justin comes at him while he's on the platform standing there helplessly, and Will just says, "Take me!" That makes me laugh. Sorry, that was really loud. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. This is a day that is hard for some people, and I hope that you can have a good day. If this is a day that is hard for you, I hope that I can be here for you in this exact moment. I mean, only in the Eastern Standard Time does that hold true at this moment, or I guess one's to the right of here too, or to the east. But you are loved, and you deserve love. And I'm glad we can all be here together. I'm so glad we can all be here together. Bisaki said, "Say your joke was funny." I don't. Oh, was it like all the jokes about all the drug jokes? Is that what you mean? Bisaki says, "I also love Seraphic Physique." That's funny because after I first released that episode, and like I release episodes like basically immediately after making the first draft. Very rarely did I ever change anything after making a draft to show my friend first. I would really I only changed like things twice after that first draft, and so things would go out really fast, and I would have to deal with it after it was out to the world. And Seraphic Physique, at first I was like, that just is such a weird phrase. Like, why didn't I just say an angelic physique? Like, that's just so much more immediately identifiable. But then it turned out that became like a staple phrase of the series, and things work out. The sounds from my mouth that are not words. So yeah, sometimes things are just meant to happen the way that they come straight out of your heart. Oh, that sounded way more sexual than I wanted it to. I guess our hearts deserve... I'm not... Why did I continue talking about that? Anyway, will be will? Good question. Bisuki asks, "Will I be their Valentine?" I'm extremely unromantic, but you can call me your Valentine if you want. I won't protest. Yeah, maybe someday I'll find someone. I'd have to get with somebody first. Amedeker says Blair Witch Project did it too. Making fun of drugs is, or wait. Oh, with the improv? What do you mean, Amedeker? Yeah, Cecilia says, yeah, ESL in my case, yes. English is my second language. Native Brazilian... Oh yeah, Portuguese. Why did I... Oh, it's such a bad mistake. I'm sorry. It's not Spanish, it's Portuguese. Darn it. Sorry. But yeah, God, you say you used to have a British accent. Interesting. Yeah, I completely forgot that you were from Brazil when I heard you in the voice chat, because you just straight up sounded like a native American English speaker. And you might hear that a lot, so hopefully it's not old to hear. Yeah, Celine says it's a legitimate writing style. That's how Harry Shearer, this is Spinal Tap and Mighty Wind, wrote his mockumentary movies. Had everyone study their characters' backstories and then improv. Okay, so that's probably what Amedeker is talking about. That's really interesting, Celine. Thank you for that input. That's very illuminating. Cal says, "I have calendar accent, lol." I'm gonna read that in Seahawks voice. "I have calendar accent, lol." That's not really it. There's like a little like rasp that he gets, like that boyish rasp. It's actually kind of, I feel like it's suited to my exact voice, which there are a lot of roles that I don't feel like my voice is suited to, but I feel like actually Seahawks voice is one that is suited for me. But I just have to find that. I have to find that little region in my throat. I have ghost accent. Celine says, my favorite Will quote is still the Apollo swimming scene with, "You're such a good boy! You're such a good boy! How did I ever doubt you? Look at him go! Look at him go! How did I ever doubt him?" Yeah. I'm glad. Book Nerd says, "I'ma fucking make my ex a Valentine," says B. Cecilia, yeah. Just for, like, the stats, you know? Yeah, love for everyone. Then Woff says, if any homie wants to chat and receive some love in this present day, DM me at any time. At any time. And also, I can do a good Amon impression from Legend of Korra whenever I'm sick. You will now be cleansed of your impurity. I can't do it when I'm not sick. Only when I'm sick. I can do a great Amon. I can kill that Amon voice. Not when I'm healthy though. It's a shame. I'm really glad people like Seraphic Physique. Wow. Phantom says, I identify event as very humoropous. The humor all pissed everywhere. God, I regret myself. Yeah, King Oslo says, it requires a bit of thinking to make the connection with the phrase Seraphic Physique, but I like it that way. Thank you. Celine says, and now Seraphic Physique is even one of the Discord mods. that phrase really made it in life. Multi-winged angel. Sorry. Yeah, Avi says, Seraphic Physique is like peak angel physique. Yeah. Buff angels. Yeah, Bisuki says, I'm extremely unromantic as well, so we can have a nice platonic Valentine's Day, say. That sounds cool. Cecilia says, voice comments and compliments! Hit me. Ahmed says, yeah, I thought she was talking about movies that used improv with the general plot sketch like Diminish does. Harmony Korrine used to do it a lot too. Yeah, that's interesting, and that makes sense. Yeah, Kingslayer says, I gotta join the Discord. I've been procrastinating for too long. That's cool, like getting that crossover between the Dragon Prince Seiria fan community and the Diminish fan community. Oh, wow. Yeah, Project Zadia is what I should have said. Make Valentin accent to impress Will. Okay, I don't know what that means. Diminish is almost up to 2k subs, by the way. Yeah, we're less than 10 away, I think. It's getting there. Wait. We're less than 100 away. Let me give it a good old gander. Let me gander all over it. Yeah, we're less than 100 away. 1.9. This has been an absurdly fun stream. I have not gotten much work done, but I don't care. I've gotten work done in the sense that I am enjoying life more because of this. And that is productive. That is enough. Bisuki says, all I want for Valentine's Day is for people to tell me about all about their art and passions. Well, then I guess I'll keep streaming a bit longer. Kingslayer. You've missed something incredibly glorious. Nico, welcome Nico. Nico says, my favorite Will quote is, no, 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 no. I'm trying to remember what that might actually be. No, no, no. That's a good quote. I spent a lot of time thinking about that one. Friend Day. Celine says, how genuine was the yes, yes, yes moment? Sorry, I almost got excited there moment after finally reaching the top of the chasm in 17. By the way, half and half. Half and half. I embellished it, but I have had that exact reaction to video game moments before, so it was genuine in that sense. Oh. There were a lot of pure, genuine reactions in the series. That was one of the only ones that wasn't purely genuine. And that was a bit embellished. Enjoyment of life is all that matters. Bisuki says, my friends and I call it Galentine's Day, even when we ain't gals. Scandalous! I can't believe you had the nerve to say that in here. The gall. The gal. Oh, if I hadn't laughed at that, it would actually might have been funny. Cecilia says, it's just another day in my mind, same. And a lot of people talk about beautiful things and beautiful love. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you all enjoyed the sentiment there. Kingslayer says, man, I'm just a Seiria fan. Okay, there's a good feeling. I'll record that. Good feeling. Kingslayer says, like seeing your progress. I was almost proud when I saw you succeed with Diminish. Almost, huh? They say, and I'm planning on the long road. God, thank you, Kingslayer. That means a great deal. That's really meaningful. Thank you. It'll be nice to have you along. I hope you enjoy things that I make in the future. Celine, yeah, this is what I meant to say earlier, I think. Like, Celine says, time you enjoyed spending is... no. Well, yes, this is an amazing thing to say. Time you enjoyed spending is never wasted. And that's not what I was trying to say earlier. But it's an amazing sentiment that is very, very... deserves to be amplified. King Naza says, I really liked No Talk Me, I Angie. Bisuki says, my little heart is going to explode. All of you! Seiria! I'm gonna die. For some reason, when I see that many exclamation points, like my brain just does a weird thing with reading it. Bisuki, you're you're such an amazing presence around here. You enrich my life very much. Celine says, you sir much too kind and sweet in syndemizing. I make so many typos whenever I do excited typing like that. Kingslayer's in the Discord now! Yo! What is my voice doing? Spooshy says, my enjoyment of holidays comes down exclusively to whether or not I like the aesthetic of them. So I love Valentine's and Halloween, not a big fan of Christmas. Yeah, red and green is an interesting color combination. I have to say that, yeah. I like Easter. I love pastels. I think Easter, I love Easter for that aesthetic, yeah. Love Easter for the colors. Kingslayer says, I only say almost proud, as I didn't really help you with Diminish. Yeah, I didn't, I was just joking. I was just trying to rib you a little bit. Kingslayer says, I say almost proud, as I didn't really help you with Diminish, so I can't say I was involved enough for the proud vibe, just more there you go vibes. But yeah, secondhand pride is definitely a thing. It's definitely a real thing. Yeah, you don't have to water that down if that's what you felt. And God, thank you. And I'm sorry, I was just giving you a little crap. Cecilia says, Ruben, are you here? I just screw your Apollo art, and I'm eyeing. Your style is so perfect and smooth. I'm sorry, Cecilia. I do this all the time, too. I'm not trying to make fun of you. It's just fun to read that. Also, I think I need to check that out. Whoa! Oh, is that a tank top? Oh, they look perfect. Oh my lord. And they've got a Slurpee. Happy normal Apollo AU. Oh, can I see a fanfic, please? Ruben, would it be okay if I showed that on stream? And if so, do you have like a social media that I could promote? Also, I just realized the music has been muted this entire time. Oh, the computer does a weird thing where it likes to, when you let go of the mouse, the computer still thinks that you're latched onto the whatever you clicked. So that's what happened earlier. I'm sorry that there is no music, everybody. Probably not a huge deal, but you know, I know the music helps the vibe. Today, I Drew a Pig says, I'm wondering how many of the deaths in Diminished are deliberate / acting like Petscop Tony suggested on Twitter. Basically, none of them. I mean, the ones where, like, I'm suggesting that Will doesn't know what's next, so just like, the one where Will just, in the very beginning, in Diminished 1, where, you see the very first arrow, and he's like, so, I just have to yeet myself over there, that's what you're telling me. And then he just does a regular walking jump, and then falls into the big spike pit, and that's what tells him he has to do the dash jump to get to the second checkpoint. Moments like that were just me, you know, like, pushing the world forward. But basically every other moment aside from that where I'm trying to make progress is all real. Every single one. Where I'm legitimately getting angry. So yeah. Dizzy says, I see Bisuki and Midori and my Hessert goes squee. Sorry, I should stop doing that. I should read it as the person is trying to type. I just have fun saying that. I'm sorry. Welcome to the Discord Hive Mind. Ruben says, hello! To Cecilia Aragorn. Ruben's here. Welcome to the Discord Hive Mind. Spooshy says, Easter's cute, but the eggs usually ruin it. Yeah, sorry. Phantom says, Christmas comes from Russian mushroom soup cult. Cecilia says, Dizzy, you... Dizzy, you deserve to feel that heart squeeze. You're too incredible. Yeah, Spooshy says, maybe I'm just thinking in terms of holiday fabric. Interesting, yeah. Dizzy says, I like Halloween colors, and I guess what holidays are blue? Hanukkah? I'm not Jewish, so... Yeah, there aren't many just blue holidays, are there? I mean, it's kind of a part of the Easter aesthetic, but... Maybe New Year's? I see, like, Navy incorporated with the American New Year holiday. Cecilia says, you have made me cry many a time. Good. Bisuki says, I think it's really funny how I can gush all over the place and blow up your Instagram with likes and comments, and you're still not sick of me. When I saw that, like, when I saw in my activity tab, I saw the window come up and it said, like, 36 likes, 23 comments. I was like, what happened? Oh, that made my day. That made my day, Bisuki. Don't worry. That was so awesome. And I never answered your question about, like, how did I have to train a lot to become a tricker? Yes. Yes, it was my biggest obsession and fixation in life for like 5 years at least, where I just couldn't think about anything else except training and getting better and being a part of that community. So the work didn't feel like work, but it was really, 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 really hard work. And now that it hurts my body to do it, and I'm more interested in like it's an interest that's equal or less, a bit less than other things that I'm doing. Now I'm understanding how hard the work is, but I still love it, and I still want to keep doing it, and I still have unfinished business in tricking. So I just want to enjoy it again, like a bit more like I used to. But it's been so painful, and there've been some things happening with my confidence, like some really awful things, and I want to get back. I want to remember the love, and I still like it, but there's been a lot of pain, like physical pain lately. You're fine. Feel free to shower me with love. I don't get tired of that. For most of my life, I was motivated only by a need to prove myself and a need for recognition. And that is not the same as it used to be, but it still is there enough that that sort of thing always makes me feel good, so... Yeah, I used to be motivated only through the need to be appreciated. It's not healthy, guys. Don't do that. Especially when you're in school, and people don't appreciate you no matter what, because they're dumbass, idiot, poophead kids. And I was definitely one of those people. But I was just a sadder and less liked version of one of those people. Because God, I tried so hard. I tried so freaking hard. And I still do. I still do. But it's different. It's a bit different now. Lord Silberfarben, welcome. I recognize your name. It's good to see you. They say another amazing Will quote is... That was a bad squirt. Oh, I forgot about that one. Because it's set up by, like, Will calling that a squirt. He said, that was a bad squirt. Yeah. Like mayonnaise out of a 20-year-old bottle. Thank you for that input. Also, I hope you're doing well. Spooshy says, he's so cute! And oh my god, I love the texture of those lines. Ruben says... Yes! Okay, finally. Okay, I finally got... yeah, I got behind again. Sorry, everybody. So I'm gonna share... Ruben's. Oh my lord! Look at the happy boy! This is how normal people react to being happy, right? This is how I simulate the emotion. No one will ever know. This is unrealistic. Apollo would never let their beans be covered by a blanket. 0 out of 10. Completely joking. This is one of the greatest things that mankind has ever produced. Holy shit. That is large text. It does not need to be this large. It does not need to be this wide. Thank you so much for this fan art. Thank you so much. Spooshy. King also says Saria really suffers for his art. What a trooper. That's what made me a better artist. I know you're talking about like me suffering through the game, but going through some of the worst suffering of my life in the last few years was what sort of broke me through into turning from an artist of questionable skill, as a writer especially, and of course as an artist as I was developing, into a creator that I'm very proud of at this point, and I have a lot of confidence in myself to create art the way I want to, and I'm ready. I feel ready, and it's because of some some shit, you know, because of the place that it put me in and the ways that it helped me grow. And you have to be ready for that. You have to be ready to grow from those things. There's so much work you have to do. And I don't want to put myself up on a pedestal because, God, I mean, I'll never figure it out as long as I live. I'll never be like a good at it, like no one is. But that's the nice thing about life, is you never reach the top. You never reach the peak. Never truly. I think it's exciting. Of course, it's scary, but I look at the exciting side of it very often. Spooshy says, the drink is so funny to me because when I was drawing my Apollo with clothes, I really wanted to give him an iced coffee. I ended up not feeling like drawing one, though. Yeah, you're Spooshy, yeah, don't worry about it, because I still think about that one really often. It was, like, so perfect. I think about that one really often. Desi says, phone hand's bad, but also it's, excuse me, also it's fun hearing it read as typed. Yeah, so good, I'm glad. Celine says, it takes a serious dedication to your craft to make a game so hard that playing it puts you on tilt, and forcing yourself through it just for those genuine reactions. God, that last recording session for 13 through 17 was humbling. Blazemore Cat says, having fun in your own stream, this can't be allowed. I'm sorry, I'll be better. Bisuki says, I always get so tilted at the towers. Tilt tower. Excuse me, wow, that's right where I can't clear it. Goodness. Sorry. Magnetism says... Oh, people are reacting to the art now. Oh no, I am behind. Magnetism says, the talk about cringe and cringe culture really hit me so hard, honestly. I'm sorry, but also, I'm glad. Or wait. No, I wasn't even that... I wasn't even back to where I was. Because the chat jumped. Holy... I'm so far behind again! I love how everybody's talking! I'm just sitting here doing nothing, and people are having they're having a day. Keep it up, everybody. This is a beautiful thing to be a part of. Oh dear, we're upon another nugget from Phantom. Phantom says, potatoes, dry in the rain when the monks come out to trash the door hinges of the great sweater palace. And with that, I have lost the intelligence level to continue to make diminish. Sorry, everybody. The series is now over. Don't at me. Magnetism says, and gamers don't get respect. Isn't it amazing the things that video games can do to a person? As long as that person is a complete degenerate. No offense to anyone watching this. I was talking completely... And that moment was genuine, because I realized... Because I was, of course, like most things in Diminish are just purely stream of consciousness, just improv. And after I said that, I immediately was like, no, wait, what did I just say? I was only trying to talk about myself. Will is just me. It's... It's not good. Desi says, I want to become a skater. Hut. Have no skateboard. You want to be like Eva? My Eva? Eva Lee? Celine says, you're such a warm beacon... To Bisuki, they're saying, you're such a warm beacon of positivity and love for everyone in the community. Like, the genuine interest you show in everyone's OCs, our system, all the serious stuff, of course. You are so into everything that everyone else here has to offer, and that warmth makes everyone's day brighter. We want to be seen, and you see us. It is the exact spirit that Diminish is trying to embolden. You're absolutely right, Celine. It is very heartening to have you around. But again, anytime I say things like this, don't ever feel bad when you aren't a part of the community for any reason, like when you have to step away, when your life takes you in different directions. It's alright, and we're glad that you're fulfilling your life the way that it needs to be fulfilled. So don't ever feel bad because we're all enjoying your presence so much. But we are. Bisuki says, "Yo, Celine, you can't hit me with one of those. I'm gonna cry." Sleepy Midori, evil unprecious. Interesting. Cecilia says, "I completely second what Engineer said. Bisuki, you're too good." Good comment. Bisuki said, "I legitimately am so interested. I wish I could split myself into like 6 people so I can intake more and care about more people with all my energy." Well, see, Celine has some things, so maybe some tips for you. That I shouldn't talk about multiplicity like that. Is that what it's called? No. Pluralism. I shouldn't talk about pluralism like that. I shouldn't also mislabel it. There are many things that I should not do in this realm, and I do most of them. But moving on. But yeah, Bisuka, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. That's partially why I can't consume all the Sonic content that I want to. Because it would kill the only vessel that I am a part of. Desi says, "I'm surrounded by people who refuse to appreciate me, but fuck them. I'd rather be a self-aware narcissist than care about their opinions of me." And people call that narcissist. I'm going to be talking about that a lot in many things that I make, especially my tennis comic Vamos, with the character Zophie, where everybody thinks that she's pretentious. And I think partially it's because I know that not all people, are going to perceive me that way. For the way that I view life and the standard that I hold people to, and, you know. But, and I'm not gonna tell them they're wrong. Maybe I am, but I'm very passionate about the things I'm passionate about, and I want the world to be better. And I'm honest about it. You know? I don't want to be pretentious, and I don't want to be seen that way either, because I care about what people think and I care about pleasing people, but, you know, you have to be able to survive. You have to be able to survive. And there's no real right answer. But I feel very strongly about the things that I feel strongly about, and I want to talk about them. Desi's, yeah. Magnetism says, oh yeah, I already got to that. That was when I didn't actually get far enough up to get all the way back there. King also says the naysayers can go stick a 10-foot barbed pole up their butts, or you could be like Will and get that 2,000-foot long pole and stick it right up Teddy's ass. But she can take it. Teddy is, like, people called Teddy pretentious, and that was sort of the moment where I realized that, oh, I bet people would think that I'm pretentious because I believe all the stuff that Teddy is talking about. That's exactly how I feel about all those things. So, by a very direct line of logic, those people think I'm pretentious. That was the moment that made me think about it. Yeah, it's like I just. It was like the first moment in my life when I was writing all those soups of the day that I wasn't sugarcoating the way that I felt about the human race, you know? And I think that, I don't know, I don't want to get too much into it, but part of that, the people being so easily able to dismiss that as someone being pretentious is part of what I'm talking about. It's just instantly and easily being able to avoid thinking about it critically or being introspective about it. And that's all they ever have to think about it. And that's what most people do, you know? They just dismiss it. But it doesn't mean that it's not true. I mean, maybe it is pretentious. But there you go. Anyway. Look at Topolo! Yes, I'm finally getting to people reacting to this incredible fan art. Yep. Cecilia says, I fucking love that happy boy so much, it's so nice. Yeah. Bisuki says, yeah, everyone for real, if you ever want to message me about things, please do. I don't ever respond because if I ever... let's rearrange those words a little bit. If I ever don't respond, it's because I'm busy or something, not because I'm uninterested. Please know that, everybody. Thank you, Bisuki. That's a very nice sentiment. Ruben says, happy sobbing. Oh, yes, that's me, actually, though, so thank you. Please forget this 1 out of 10, no beans. No, I didn't mean that. Desi says, if I have to hear, I wish you were dead from my Sid-tur 10 times a day. The last thing I need is to believe it. I'm wonderful, I have... Okay, that's a comment that I should not be... reading the typos. That's one where I need to be reading it straight. Desi says, if I have to hear, I wish you were dead from my sister 10 times a day. The last thing I need is to believe it. I'm wonderful, I have this confidence in myself, in part thanks to you all. I'm sorry that you have an environment like that, and I'm really happy that this can help. And it's okay that made me upset. It's okay. That's how I should be feeling, and you shouldn't feel bad for me being angry about that. That's why I create things, is for feeling like this. So don't feel bad that made me really mad. Ruben says, I'm just Ruben on Discord and F Moon on Flickr. Alright. And I'm still really behind. Holy moly. Oh my... oh my... Oh, that's interesting. I'm not gonna read that out, but okay. Cecilia says, I'm gonna punch your sister every time she says that. You tell me in DMs when she says that I'll push away that sentiment of hers was unbridled love for you. That's Midori. Oh, Desi, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being in my life in this little way. It's great. I'm very happy to have you a part of this. Very lucky. And that extends to all of you. I mean, all of you so far. It's kind of ridiculous how perfect you have been to my life. And how good you are to each other. It gives me hope. Avi says, Ruben's so talented, I'm proud of him every day. You should be. This is a very lovely art style. Yeah, this is a lovely style. Kingslayer says, this brings me to a question about art. How does style work? If the first thing that comes to my mind is that, like, art style works kind of like how people differ genetically. Like, just being able to look at a person and look at another person and see their differences aesthetically. And obviously, there's choice that goes into that when it comes to art, instead of when it comes to, like, being born a certain way. But I think that it is kind of just... there's a certain naturalness to that in most art styles also. Where it's just who you are. And that's what you see. But the thing about art is that you can one-to-one imitate other people's art styles. And that's a cool thing to do, and that's what people do when they animate, when they're animators on TV shows and stuff. They're just imitating somebody else's art style. Usually. Ruben is crying cat of immense joy and gratitude. Good. But that's my take on art style. Like, my very abbreviated, just initial take on art style for Kingslayer. Bisuki asks, hey Saria, what's Apollo's favorite drink? And food. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh. I'm gonna have to think about that one. And that's something that I might, like, need... Because I'm gonna have to think about it at length. And so it might take a long time for me to come up with good answers. Jeez. That's a big question. Spooshy says, you, like, actually squeeing at that drawing when I sent it is a very happy memory for me. Yeah, like, that one, and the first one, when there were things stirring inside of me. Both experiences. I'll never forget those either. Happy memories for me. Desi says, you just... Yeah, Desi, and this is a good point, too. Desi says... about the art style conversation, you just copy things from artists you like. Style develops on its own, don't worry about it. I think that is actually quite an accurate take on it. Because when you're learning to be an artist, what you're doing is basically, like, when you're life drawing, you're imitating the style of Earth, like, of the universe, you know? And if you're learning to draw cartoonish stuff, or, like, you're learning to draw cartoon stuff, like, I don't know why I added the same thing to that twice. What you do is you look at existing stuff and you emulate things that you see. Maybe not necessarily every single thing, but you emulate. You're copying, essentially. And then once you become skilled enough as an artist and you come into your own, then you know how to translate what you're seeing onto the page, and what you see will be different from what every single other person in the world sees. Once you have the skill, then you'll be able to bring that to life. Magnetism says we're chatting so much. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing an art request at this point. I'm sorry, everybody. But I have enjoyed this. This has been one of my all-time favorite streams thus far. Maybe ever. And this has been unbelievably amazing. Avi says to Kingslayer about the art discussion, it's a general descriptor for the visual style of one's work. It develops over time for an individual, and people can have multiple styles. Yeah. And they can. Yeah, I have multiple styles. Yeah. As you saw when I was showing characters from my tennis webcomic, that was like a more realistic take on my style. Yeah, then Wolf says, I guess you just kind of just grow into a style after a while. Yeah, you can influence your style, and you can have more than one. Cecilia says, my god, in os sleepy. Kirst says, Phantom. Ix. Fick. The brain cell is dead. Let's go then, Waff. Let's go then, Waff. Let's go. Celine says, Sarah says, it's okay, Sarah. We know and accept that Celine's a complete degenerate. That's good. Desi says, yeah, you can absolutely influence it, because I think I want to draw more like Saria. What? You know, throughout your life you can be told things and you can understand the idea. You can you can know what people are saying and you can accept it. But sometimes it takes a long time for somebody to say a very specific thing about that. And then you go from understanding it to feeling it. And knowing it. That is the first time that I realized I have a style. That is the first time that I felt that in my soul. Somebody talking about trying to draw in my style. Jesus. Wow. I'm noting. Mimi! Mimi! You're giving me sleepy eyes. Hi, Mimi. Mimi. Avi says, gay little Ava does a kickflip. Then Wolf says, okay, I need to go to sleep. Thank you all for today. Thank you, then Wolf. Happy Valentine's. Happy Friends Day. Happy Friends Day. It was glorious to have you. Have a good sleep. Peace. Cecilia says, I want to draw like Desi, I want to draw like Desi, I want to draw like Ruben. Jay want to draw like Ruben. Yes. What another great... I have stopped referring to streams as short streams. I'll have you know. Magnetism, yeah. Phantom says, combining nitrogen and orange juice will entail the coaxial cable going into the ionization chamber of the carburetor. Yeah, my 13-year-old self would be literally passed out by now. Not as an insult. I mean that in a good way. I mean that in a good way. Mimi. Celine says, plurality or multiplicity are the terms you're looking for. Okay, but that was well played. We laughed. Good. Kitty. Frisky. I have a Mimi on me. Are you guys gonna play again tonight? That was really cute when you actually played and you didn't hiss at every other living thing in your path for once in your life. How could anyone hiss at you? How could anyone do that? Mimi's on my lap right now. Purring. Book Nerd says, oh, that was amazing, Say. I don't know what you mean at this point because I'm so far behind, but thank you. Sorry. Oh, my description about art styles? I'm glad. Oh, maybe not. I think I'm way farther behind than that. Hi, Frisky. Mimi is on my lap. You have to accept that. Why can't you just love them? We did the thing where, like, for 2 or 3 weeks, we had Mimi and Lou isolated in a room behind a closed door, so all the other pets could come over and acclimate to their smell before we ever introduced them to the rest of the house. And Frisky just, I mean, every other pet is totally fine with them now. The dog loves them. They love the dog. Frisky just won't accept it. It makes me sad. But Frisky was, it seemed like playing normally with Mimi the other night, and that made me happy. But he still gets so hissy and looks at them and sees them and then leaves the room. I'm sad because I don't want to make Frisky sad. And I don't want to make them sad because Frisky is being mean to them. Also, you're falling off. Why did you do this to yourself? Let's do it like this. Is that better? I think it's better. Today I Drew a Pig says, pretentious literally means pretending. I hate how people misuse the word to criticize people who are being sincere when it means the exact opposite. I thought pretentious meant claiming knowledge or mastery of a thing that they have no knowledge or mastery of. At least that was one definition I saw. I get what you mean, Desi. Magnetism says, pretentious is another one of those words used so much that it's starting to lose its meaning. Yeah, like cringe? Oh, here we go. Here's a chat jump. Let's see how far behind I really am. Hello, kitty. Oh, Lord. Oh, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm back. Phantom says, the Sea Trench told me that on the 7 days of dice, Henry Stickmin Sammy Dennis Roberts will find just the right amount of sauce to endanger the neighboring bears. Basically says, Sayori, I feel like I've spent lots of my life being told and believing that I'm not good enough, and what I like is lame. I let go of my dreams so young, and it was so difficult to regain idea that I can even take seriously the passion in my heart. This community really came around at the best time. Good. I'm doing school for my dreams now, and I still feel guilty sometimes for feeling like my ideas are brilliant. It's like living as two different people. Like one person who is super self-aware and self-critical, and another who just revels in the creativity. That's a way that I am put into words, that I've never seen put into words before, I don't think. Wow. 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 Don't you think so? Wow. Mimi just kind of stared at me with sleepy eyes. But I think she... No, she has no idea. Thank you for that, Bisuki. I'm glad that this helped you. I'm so glad. I wish stuff like that would block out the negative, the single negative comment. Like, knowing that I've changed people's lives like that would make the stupid negative stuff sting less. But that's not my fault. It's just the way the stupid human brain works. And it does not diminish how important it is that you just said that to me. And how important it is that that has happened to you. God, thank you for telling me that. And I'm so glad. Glitch! Hi, Glitch! Glitch, this probably happened like 16,000 years ago, but I'm catching up to it now. I was waiting for a stream to start and fell asleep like 10 minutes before it did. I'm sorry. We're all doing great. We've been having quite a powwow here. I'm sorry you've missed the stream. It's not over yet. I have chat to catch up with, but once I do, I might head out. And I'm sorry. I was gonna do requests. I'll catch up to it next time. And it's something to look forward to, for me, because that is gonna be fun. Mimi. Ruben says, I just went bwaha out of happiness. Bwaha. It sounded like a cat. I have a cat in my lap, so I can't do weird noises right now because it scares her a lot when I do. I think you just put your wet butt on my leg and now my leg smells like poop. So thanks for that. Thank you very much. We're gonna find out because she left my lap. I don't know. I should probably wipe that off at some point just to be safe. I'm not gonna remember, but yeah, I should. Bisuki, no! Bisuki, that's so important. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. All of us. Celine says, we're so sorry to hear that you didn't have the support for your dreams and your passions that you've unfailingly shown for ours. I'm glad the community has been able to help you. Yeah, and that's another thing that really makes me starkly aware of how fortunate I am to have, for my entire life, at least in my home setting, my family setting, have undying and irrevocable and unconditional support for like everything that I've ever been and everything I've ever been interested in. I am an unbelievably lucky person. I'm very privileged in many ways. Kingslayer says it's basically a life. It's actually disturbing how much I can relate. I'm sorry, Kingslayer. Thank you for being you. Yes, all of you. Magnetism says, y'all people are so kind. Oh my god, I haven't seen any community like this before. It's amazing. I know, right? How did this happen? I'm sorry, Mimi. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mimi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Magnetism says, I'm so glad I'm here. I'm glad you're here too. Lord Silber for Farbin says, this is an amazing chat. Yeah. Yeah. How did this happen? How could this happen? It is because of Sasha. Celine says, the streams are good, the Discord is good, Diminish is good, Sari is good, all y'all are good. Many of those things are good. Sarah says, Apollo is good. Very, very good. Cecilia says, it hurts to hear the bad stuff. I hope to continue to prove the bad in your life wrong. Cecilia says, Abuser just sent 3 Snapchat messages to me. How interesting it feels to not care about that now. I'm glad. I'm very glad to hear that. Bisuki, again, this is... If there ever was an environment for you to have a soapbox like that, this is the one. I mean, have you seen everybody in this community? Like, we keep talking about it. Looks like Cal said good night. Good night, Cal. It was great to have you. Please Work Out says, Saria, no longer short stream song. Saria long song? Hopefully never Saria's swan song. Dizzy says, wait, you have 2 cats? I have 4 cats. Or we have 4 cats. Because I'm living with my mommy and my daddy. And we're happy together. And they're my friends, and that makes this a very nice experience. That's kind of why I'm here. Because I want to make the most of every moment that they're still here on this earth. And I want to be there with them. Celine says, yeah, I felt that. I used to feel like 2 people, a soft sweetie that I just wanted to live in peace, and a frustrated one who lashed out at everything, including myself, especially myself. Like, I'd get so mad at myself for not working hard enough, for being soft or weak, like I could whip myself into shape. The tyrant and the puppy, I called them. Oh, wow. That's a rich idea, too. Spooky says, Saria... Oh, God, here's another jump. Let's see how far behind I am. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all. It's not that bad. Huh. Sorry. Spooshy says, Siri, I really like your style. The strong lines and shapes are really appealing. Thank you. Oh. So Dizzy says, 4! Yeah. Celine says, that ended up being a bit foreshadowing of plurality-related matters, it turned out. But I do relate to that feeling in general. Magnetism says, I gotta go. I love you all. I hope I can spend more time here. I hope so too. But if not, that's fine. You do what you gotta do in your life. But it has been glorious to have you. Oh, you might already be gone. You probably are, but... I hope you have a great one, and I'll see you later. All the best. Phantom says, alright, here we go. It's like getting into a soup of the day at this point, except just negative brain cells. Alright, here we go. Phantom says, Cambodia was once a safe haven for the Morab Afdiabs until the cartographers of Alibaba descended upon the land and accidentally applied too much pressure on the map with their pens and ripped space. I cry every time. Sorry if I pronounced the name Morab Afdiabs incorrectly. Afdiabs. Spooshy says, the way you define muscle tone reminds me of something like Dragon Ball, but the proportions... I have been compared to that before. But the proportions in line work feels like modern Sonic art. I really like the way it looks. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I want to have a Toriyama-like style. Like, not that his style is bad. I don't know. It's just, I feel like I want to have more angular shapes. And again, like, don't feel bad about comparing me to Dragon Ball. That's not what I want at all. I'm just thinking aloud. I want to have more angular shapes and lines and stuff. Well, Toriyama goes, like, blockier and rounder and more, like, stark, you know? And that's so valid. And that's definitely, I take that as a compliment to be compared to Toriyama, especially when it comes to muscles, you know? That's kind of, like... Dragon Ball is like the muscle anime, so except they need to stop being cowards and make their women more muscular at some point, you know. Yeah, Cal did leave eventually. Please More Cat says, sorry you've been trapped in chat purgatory. I'm only sorry to all of you. This is a joy to me. This is so much fun. Don't be sorry to me, I'm only sorry to you, that I'm so far behind that you have to wait for me to respond to what you're saying. Bisuki says, was it cathartic to have that new knowledge of yourselves? And Bisuki says, yeah, Phantom says, power words, yeah. And then I see the next message farther down is back to their usual trend, but that was, yeah, a nice sentiment. And I don't change, Phantom, you're beautiful. Kingslayer says, dang, the night claims another with slumber. Quite a fate. Celine says, it was a cathartic moment. Ever since Kurt and Arde manifested, got violent, and then made up, it's put so much about my own past in perspective. I can forgive myself for being clumsy and clueless in a way that I never could have before. They help me see that. Nice. King also says, Saria will be perpetually behind the chat. We'll see about that. Let's see if you can stop me. Let's see what you guys got. Oh god, oh god, no. Celine says, there's this feeling of, if the only person I'm hurting right now is myself, then at least I'm not hurting anyone. And it took them from me to at least realize how untrue and unhealthy that is. Yep. Good for them. Bisuki says, we'll have to have Saria chastity streams, where we're all limited to typing one message for 5 minutes so you can draw. Well, no, it's fine. Dude, it's fine! Nar, dude. Misuki says, gosh, I'm just glad to hear that, yeah. Phantom says, Chase streams sound like dinner winner chicken soup. Slow mode, yeah. Chastity focus stream is an incredible phrase. That is amazing. Celine says, oh no, it jumped. I'm pretty close at this point, though. There's this feeling of if the only... okay, yeah. A focus. Yeah, a focus stream might be in order at some point. Oh, before that, Phantom said, cat go bark, go wow, sleep Mimi. Gross poop arm. Celine says, if anything we've been through can help any of you all, then this is a good community. You have helped Celine. You've helped me. Kingslayer says, if Say can't read the chat fast enough, he can't end the stream. Yeah, maybe. Bisuki says, let's spam him so we can never leave. Lord Silberfarben my name was purposely chosen for people to mispronounce it. I was surprised. I had to read it really slowly and disjunct the first time, but I got it right the first time. I think I got it right that third time too, and I read it faster. So, but that's lovely. Well done. Well done. See, that's a good troll, everybody. That's how you be a troll and not hurt anyone. That's being funny. That's being awesome. Kingslayer says, YouTube will ban you so fast if you spam. Please refrain. Yeah, sorry guys. I shouldn't have encouraged that. Yeah. Angular. Super Saiyan Apollo. Kingslayer, it's a tortoise in the hair type situation. And a tortoise in the hair is spelled like this hair. Dizzy says, angles good. I want angles. My art very round as of late. Probably because I can't draw straight. Well, if you're gay, then I don't blame you. Siri says, you inspired me to draw my muscle babe of Lucy. Nice! Yes! More. Strong women. Let's go, lesbians. Let's go, strong women. Let's go, nice people. Phantom says, Ben found himself in the homeless shelter of Mars, masking their identity with a red Solo cup. There was only one thing they could do. Leap into the curtains of the bountiful botanical Goldilocks. Themself. Yeah, Ben found himself. Themself. Whomself. B&B said it's interesting how some artists' art style can be like Toriyama's, which has basically never changed. I have a comment about this, but I'll read the rest. And then there's Hirohiko Araki's. Sorry. Which has changed so many times I forgot the count. And I think Toriyama's style has stayed the same for a long time, but it has changed a lot from Dragon Ball to like the Cell Saga of Dragon Ball Z. And from there it's remained somewhat, but I feel like his style grew a lot. I mean, maybe maybe it hasn't gotten objectively better. That's just my perception. But his style changed a lot from like Dragon Ball into midway through Z, I think. At least when it comes to the anime adaptations. And I think maybe the anime tried to imitate the manga styles, so maybe it was exactly the same in the manga too. I don't know. But yeah, I get what you mean. I'd have to look up Hirohiko's stuff to see what you mean. Celine says, oh gosh, we've helped you, Say? Well, heck, that makes our night. Yes, you have. You have given me a lot of perspective, and a lot of good feelings, and a lot more things that I don't even know enough about to talk about. Dizzy says you'll see her soon. Yeah! Spooshy says, my favorite troll is that one guy who would Photoshop birds to be different colors and then put them in bird-watching Facebook groups like, what is this? And then watch them go insane. Oh, jeez. That's... I don't know. Yikes. Policeborn Cat says, the 3 types of people: strong women, lesbians, and nice people. No, that's the 3 genders, actually. King Ozzo says it's getting late and I just finished up with a drawing. I'm gonna head out. See you. Love you all very much. King Ozzo, you're the best. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being. And have a good one. Sleep well. You're amazing. See you next time. Please More Cat says Hirohiko Araki is the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Interesting. That's a very distinguishable style as well. Very distinct. And you say it's changed a lot. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely, as obviously I haven't followed JoJo I don't know if it'd be for me. Now that I'm not really interested in shonen much anymore, but I might give it a try because it seems to be pretty unique and at least worthy of admiration for its zaniness and its character. But yeah, not a huge shonen fan these days. Kino's Journey. I need to finish that. I started the reboot of it, and that made me feel things. That show is so freaking good. God. And it's so, like, it nails all of, like, I watched it at a perfect time. Because it was after I developed into feeling the way about the world that I do now. Like, I developed all my new sensibilities and sharpened my worldview into what it is now. And Kino just bullseyed every single one of those things that I felt so strongly about when it came to humanity and human nature. Oh god, critical hits every single episode. It's heavy. I loved that show. I really need to finish it. I'm into that. I notice how whenever I feel strongly about something, I talk about it, then I emphasize things like this, you know? God! Gosh. I'm a lot. Glitch says, looks like YouTube recommended me another channel of yours. Subbing, because why not? Was that the tennis one? Or was it the tricking one? Interesting. Oh, it was the gaming one! I got my 16th subscriber on Serious Song 2! Yay! Thank you. Fandom says, fonts only change is Sans decides they do. No, I think it's nice. I think it's better. It's more in line with your sort of whole deal, if with the typo, Phantom. It's more in character. Avi says, let's go lesbians, let's go strong women, let's go nice people, let's go. Fandom says, YouTube rude dude encompassed all of their dignity into a time capsule and held a Google garage sale in their portable toaster oven. Now, they're dead. What about their dead? Pleaseworkat says, in the early days, he drew overly muscular men, then shifted to more slim figures, and now he goes for more of realistic faces and such. Yeah, I've seen the recent style. So, yeah. With extreme muscles, still. And it's kind of a mix between the muscles and the slimness, and with the more realistic faces, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's really distinct. It's interesting. And like the lips and the eyelashes and stuff. Desi says, the two genders, muscle babes and furries. Desi says, I refuse to watch JoJo. Yeah, I have nothing against watching it someday, but it'll probably do many of the things to me that shonen does to me that makes me just sigh constantly. Celine says, probably about time for us to head out as well, but thank you for having us. Thank you. Love you all. Looking forward to talk more. You can DM us on Discord or Telegram anytime. Thank you, Celine. Hope you all sleep well. And I'll see you next time. Pleaseworkat says, though even over the course of the most recent part, which has been written monthly over the past 10 years, the style has changed drastically several times. JoJo's art style changes almost every act. That's so interesting. Phantom says, the great wizard of G will never bow to the erroneous maniacal deception of the floundering camping couple. That's good. They will show no mercy! Camping couple. That's camping couple is very good. the floundering camping couple. Wow. Desi says, it's the theater kid residing within you. Yeah, Darn it. Lord Silberfarben says, that is a lot of emphasis. Bisuki says, does anyone else really love muscular cow babes? And when I first processed that statement, I just thought of actual cows. Just like, you know, standing on their hind legs and just being really, really shredded. Wearing like a bodybuilding show thong. Oh, no! No! B&B says, JoJo is such an interesting case because how different each part is. Part 1 is a shonen and family drama. Part 2 and 3 are shonens with some comedy, and then Part 4 is slice of life. Oh, that's interesting! Okay. Bisuki says, my roommate is enjoying this stream. They wanted me to tell you. Yo, Bisuki's roommate, you're the bomb. I hope that your life is killing it right now. I hope that it's treating you well. And I'm glad you're enjoying it. Somehow. In spite of me. See, there's my self-deprecating humor coming out, and it's not how I actually feel, but it's just what it's what I always revert to. As a result of events in my life. But I hope that, you know, you're still awesome, roommate. Yeah, I'm caught up now. And yep, literally, I'm caught up now. Alright. It has been more than 4 hours now. I don't want to go. Every single time. Yeah, it's 1:15 a.m. I definitely should go. But yeah, next time, I'll probably be doing some more art. I'll catch up to some art requests from my Ko-Fi. It's about it's about time that I drew a bit more Apollo too. So maybe I'll do a bit of that at some point. Maybe we'll do a bit of that. Do a little this. Memento Mori. Memento Mori. Woo! Saria made it to the bottom! Yeah, Desi says it seems the end of the chat is approaching, and such is the time to say goodbye. Avi says, Kai said I was not prepared to be called out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. I just wanted to just shout you out. That's what I wanted to do. It's interesting how two very basically identically connotated words can mean such different things in that phrase. Phantom says, the muscular cows of Guadalupe shredded their roast using only their eyes. Conveniently, there was a good court nearby, but the basket does not weave. Memento Mori. Lord Silber Farbin says, thanks, Saria, for the stream, for Diminished, and for being awesome. Thanks to all of you, too. Yeah, Lord Silber Farbin, isn't this just a mind-blowing community? I just can't believe it. I want to enjoy it while it lasts, and like, because how could this last? How could something in this world be this good for so long? And I want to make use of it while it's here, and all of you, not because all of you would change, but you know, like maybe if this, like I said before, if this blows up, like, you know, community grows naturally, it's not gonna be the same. And that won't necessarily be worse, but this is so perfect. This is so incredible. I love all of you. And I used to be, like, in the first stream that I did of this, I was wary about saying that. Like, telling other human beings that I love them. Because I just don't have faith, you know? But I have no reservations about telling all of you how much I love you. You're so good to me. You make my life so much brighter. And I wish you all the very, very best that life has to offer. Hopefully we'll do this again soon. Until then, have a good one. Dream on, friends. Peace. I'm glad you're gonna sleep well tonight, Bisuki. Phantom says, this is the aliens that are happy in the server. Dizzy says, I almost selflessly want Diminished to stay exactly where it is so this never goes away. See ya, Glitch. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry. Thank you all.